he goes in the student union, he goes up to someone who's doing English or science and goes, oh, you right, mate, that table's not there. They go, what? They go, the table's not there. He goes, what, how do you notice? They go, what are you talking about? The table's not there. They go, isn't it there? Can you feel that? Is it there or not? And his beret falls off.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's not a big, chat-up line as well, when you've got a little bit of philosophy and you try to spout off, because of course I told you before, haven't I, when I was doing a school play, and, there was a girl, and I was trying to crack onto her, but I was going through my sort of, you know, fifth form phase of sort of reading Catcher in the Rye and all the rest of it, rebelling against the system, and, I thought, well, she's gonna find me appealing if she realises how smart I am. So Can I just ask you one thing?
Yeah. Is this before or after the phase when you thought a bow tie would sort you out?
This was before the bow tie phase. Yeah. There was a phase, I should say, for new listeners, where I, for about 6 months, wore a bow tie because I thought it made me look sort of like I was from a Jeeves and Wooster book. And I thought that was very urbane and sophisticated. But, yeah, we were doing the school play, and, there was one point where everyone was hanging out in one of the rooms, music rooms, getting changed, joking, laughing, cracking onto each other, right? I was sat in the room next door, empty room, on my own, right? Reading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, the, sort of, kind of, you know, populist philosophy book from the 70s. Just sat reading that, in the hope that she would, walk in the room, see me, think, my God, he's obviously wise, and presumably, you know, get off with me. Must have sat there for about an hour and a half before anyone came in. And, she came in eventually, and, I thought, ding dong, this is it. She came in and said, have you seen Martin Wells? I said, I think he might be next door. She disappeared again. I gave another 15 minutes on the hope that she'd come back. She didn't. I went in the next room, she was getting off with Martin Wells.
Oh no.
Because he'd been dancing around with no trousers on. So, all I'll say is, there's a valuable lesson learned. I think this was the same girl. I was at a party once, and I was with this girl, I was trying to impress her, and, someone lit some joss sticks. You're just gonna give it a kind of hippie vibe, right? And I didn't know what joss sticks were. I thought they were some kind of drug, like cannabis. So these joss sticks are like, and I started going, because I thought we were all supposed to be getting high on these joss sticks. I started going, whoa. Oh man, these joss sticks they're really doing me in, man. And everyone said, what do you mean? I went, oh, they're good stuff. This is good shit. And they said, what do you mean, joss sticks? They're not drugs, they're just an incense. And I went, yeah, I know, I'm just saying they smell great, is what I'm saying.
Meanwhile, Martin Wells on the table, trousers down, everyone just throwing in money.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
I don't know if it was, there was another party where I don't think it was the same girl, but there's inevitably a girl there that I'm trying to, you know, impress. And I went up to, it was a house party in someone's house, I didn't know anyone there really. I was only
Steve, you've come without trousers. Well, it worked for bloody Martin Wells.
And I went up to the toilet, and I had to do, you know, number twos.
Brilliant.
And I did them. There was no toilet paper. At the party. And I was like, and I was scrabbling around in this bathroom thinking, what can I use? There was nothing. And I was thinking, oh God, what can I do? And, as I recall in the end, I couldn't make anyone hear. I didn't want to sort of go out into the hall and stuff. So I had to shout out the window into the garden where everyone was.
No!
Yeah. And someone had to come and bring me some. And, once again, it didn't... Well, I wish I'd fucking had Zen in the Iron Motorcycle Maintenance, then I could have ripped some fucking pages out and wiped my arse.
Oh, Jim fancies that. He's gone and written it down again.
That's the ever-changing jingle for Carl's diary, excerpts of which we like to read each week. Suzanne said today can be my day because she has been a bit of a pain with her illness and that. So she said I can do what I want today. We went for a walk around Green Park. Loads of tourists were about looking at the Queen's house. She was in because the flag was up. I wouldn't want to live there. Why wouldn't you want to live there? Just because it's right in the centre of town?
It's just not in a good place, is it? It's got a roundabout outside and that.
Really busy. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I went for a pee in the toilets. When I came out, a pigeon had shat on Suzanne's coat. She was in a bit of a mood about it. A bird shat on my ear once. I left it for about 10 to 15 minutes until I got home. I washed it off, and in that 10 to 15 minutes, it had corroded me ear.
Yeah, he's had a lot of problem with ears. He told me the other day, he got up, washed, had a bath, had some breakfast, went to the shops to get a newspaper and had a chat with a woman in the corner shop, got home, pottering around, looked in the mirror, he had a cotton bud sticking out of his ear. He went, what annoyed me was she didn't say anything. Like it's her responsibility.
Yeah.
No, but she knows me well enough to sort of, go, you got a cotton bud in your ear.
No, she knows you well enough to go, Carl's got a cotton bud in his ear, I've seen worse. When you've got a cotton bud in your ear, what interrupted
I think Suzanne called or my dad called or something, and then because I was running a little bit late because I'd been talking to them, the earbud was in, I just popped my coat on and went to the shop.
Carl, you got a toothbrush in your mouth. Oh.
Walked through Covent Garden. There were 5 of them mimes knocking about. I don't understand why people take pictures of mimes. Everyone looks like a mime in a picture.
That's so true. That's really true. If the point is they're staying still, if that's their skill, a picture won't tell that story. That's absolutely true.
My dad took the cat to be put down today because it kept bumping into things since losing its sight. My mum said she's not going to get another one. She said the parrot is looking worried as it's seen the budgie and the cat go in the space of 3 months.
Your mum said the parrot's looking worried. What happened to the cat then?
It gets into a lot of fights. It lost one eye, and then it got into another fight and lost another.
Oh,
and it was just walking around bumping into stuff. The vet sort of said, we can do stuff to keep it alive and all that, but it's a bit out of order, isn't it? Because it costs a fortune, they shouldn't tell you.
But
Mum and Dad can't afford to have eyes put on it and stuff.
No, you can't have eyes put on a cat anyway.
No, but they said, we can do something here. We can have its eyes sorted out.
But I don't think you should be allowed cats.
Why?
Not the Pilkington family.
Why not? Well, they have good lives. Yeah, I know, but they have good lives whilst they're still knocking about. It's just that we get through them.
It's a good job you're not going to have kids.
Oh, God almighty. I can't believe it. The cat that kept throwing up. So his mum shaved it. Unbelievable. Dry wipe cat.
A mate sent me a story on email about a bloke in China who has this weird illness that means he can't have his picture taken. That's not the weird bit. If he tries, his body doesn't appear in the photo.
Don't talk shit.
He has had group pictures taken and everyone appeared apart from him.
Don't talk shit.
The
That's
story
bollocks.
had a picture next to it of a family photo and it said he was stood at the back, but you couldn't see him.
Right, he wasn't in the picture.
He was in the picture.
No, he wasn't in the picture.
We've done loads of tests and stuff.
No,
on him.
I haven't done loads of tests. This is bollocks. There's no way this is scientifically possible. What's his want? Yeah, now he's wanted. Just a white bit of paper up on the police wall. Have you seen this man? What man? If you see him, tell us. You're talking shit.
Suzanne watched the film You've Got Mail tonight for about the 14th time. I don't think you could properly fancy someone without seeing them, unless you're blind. I think it's odd when blind people have affairs. Why is that odd?
Just because most stuff is based on looks, isn't it? So you think once they've found someone, they're happy with them. Stick with them.
But no, it's not true. Most things are based on looks.
What I mean is when you first like meet someone and that.
Well, initially it's only looks because you don't know them.
So that's what I'm saying.
But that's a ridiculous thing to say, isn't it?
Well, no, it's just what I think. I'm not saying that's like fact or anything. I'm just thinking if you're blind, why mess about?
You're still basing on it if it's only looks that people find. What?
Yeah, I'm just saying. So why is a blind person messing about having an affair?
Because I'm saying that. Presumably that blind person isn't basing anything on looks. Alright, I mean, maybe that's not... I mean more like...
Do you want me to cross it out? Shall I cross it out?
It's just the same way, I think I put how, people... I read something in a Sunday paper once with some bloke who was going out with some woman. He ended up going out with a sister who was a twin. If you're going to have a change, have a change.
Spoke to Ricky about trips to the moon. He was up for going just to see what the world looks like. I came up with the idea of a giant mirror on the moon that would reflect the world back. He had a few questions, but I had the answers.
Yeah.
He changed the subject, I won.
Right. My first question was, how would you get it up there? He said bit by bit. That'd be a good mirror then, wouldn't it? I said, how big would it be? He went, you'd still need a telescope. I said, how would you get it on the right side of the moon, always facing the right? He went, what? He went, does the moon move then? I went, yes.
And if we don't like the mirror on the moon, we can always wallpaper over it. It's Suzanne's birthday tomorrow, so I've got to get her something. I sometimes think it would be best if we didn't celebrate birthdays. I think people would live a bit longer if they didn't know how old they were. Age puts restrictions on things. She said something about wanting one of them posh badges to put on her coat. I will look for one later.
I love the fact that around the time that you've got to buy Suzanne her birthday present, you think that birthday presents are a bad idea.
Got up early, it's Suzanne's birthday, gave her the card and present. She was well happy with her posh badge. She wore it to work. It's quite nice to hear a moment where she was actually happy for once in your company. They always say when you get someone a present, you should buy them something they wouldn't buy themselves. Daft rule. I want something I would buy myself if I had the money. When I was young, me Auntie Nora got me a present I wouldn't buy myself. It was a t-shirt with her face on. Looked at what's been going on in the world. Someone has found some people who live in an old town somewhere where they are so old-fashioned they still walk on all fours. There is a picture of them and they use shoes on their hands.
That's not old-fashioned. Why is that old-fashioned?
That's some kind of regressive evolution.
Yeah, really old-fashioned.
Yeah.
It's not true, is it?
It is true. It's somewhere in,
Well, I believe they have found a group of people that are living and walking around on all fours, but
Yeah,
I
but
don't believe they're wearing shoes on their hands.
And I don't believe they haven't evolved to standing up.
No, they just haven't seen other people walking on 2 feet.
Don't talk shit all your life.
That's all it's about, though, isn't it? You copy. When you're a baby, if you were stuck in a room, you'd wander about on all fours, because that's the way, that's an easy way of getting about. So you only walk on 2 feet because you see everyone else doing it.
Well, I don't believe that is the case, because as I understand it, some of the family are walking on 2 feet. So I don't know what the ins and outs of it are. I know there's a forthcoming documentary on the BBC, so maybe we should watch that and then we'll all know what's going on. Right. Instead of just leaping to conclusions because you read half of it on the internet and then skipped on to something else.
All I'm saying is, though, you would wear shoes on your hands if you're roaming about like that.
So you just confessed there that you leapt from fact to fiction, did you, in the space of one diary entry?
It's just that I saw a little picture.
And you assumed that they'd be wearing shoes on their feet?
If they've got shoes on their feet, they might as well have them on their hands, because their hands are doing the same as the feet. If you're not going to wear them on your hands, don't put them on your feet then.
I'm beginning to think some monkey news was bollocks.
Treated Suzanne to her tea, went and got her a curry from the shop opposite. While I waited for the food, I read a story in the Metro newspaper about an alien gang that kept appearing in someone's garden. Christ. The bloke moved, but when he used to pass the house at night, he would still see the aliens knocking about, hiding underneath his old shed. There was other alien stuff, but I had to go as the food was ready.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, that.
Yeah, load of bollocks again. Well, good. More drivel from Carl's diary next week. Right, Rogbusters, quick.
Right then, so last week gave you some initials, again, of artist or a band.
Quick.
Cryptic clue and that.
Yeah.
The first one I gave you, the initials were ND.
Yeah.
That Jamaican fella, he doesn't want anything, right? So you got to think about the accent there.
Yeah.
He doesn't want anything, so he's not sort of demanding anything.
Okay.
No sort of demand, nil demand. Nil demand. So it's like Neil Diamond.
They'd say Neil Diamond, please.
No.
Have some Neil Diamond.
No.
Right.
Nil demand.
But just now it was all to do with I've got no demands. Now it's a Jamaican person going in and asking for Neil Diamond in a Jamaican voice.
Yeah, I know, but it's a cryptic clue, innit?
Doesn't work.
The second one was, the initial was E. I asked them to pass me the ball by using their head. What do you do if you chuck someone a ball?
They head it back.
Edit back, yeah.
They head it back.
So you'd say, edit to us. Editors. That's editors.
What is it?
It's a band that are
No, there's a band called
The
The Editors, but there's no band called Editus.
Editus, what's that? Is it Greek? Is it a Greek band?
Again, cryptic. Just you got to think cryptic.
Bollocks.
Then the last one, TR was the initials.
Yeah.
The cryptic clue. He's got the woolly ones, but I've got the ones that run and charge at you.
Go on.
What forgot?
Dunno.
Well,
sheep. Something to do with sheep.
Right, something to do with sheep. They're the woolly ones.
Yeah.
What are the ones that run and charge at you?
Oh, they're woolly as well.
No,
The
but
rams.
not as woolly. The rams, right?
Yeah, they're...
The ram ones, right? If you write that down.
No, you're not even write it down. It's
That's
a...
Ramones.
The ram ones.
The
No,
ram
but
ones.
it's how you say it, isn't it? It's not, because it's not...
No, it sort of changes about a bit, just cryptic.
But your understanding of the
Cryptic.
word cryptic is
Yeah.
it can be anything.
What am I thinking? Cryptic?
Cryptic clues in a crossword have a logic to them. That's why people are able to answer them.
Well done to Neil Fennon, who's in Canada.
Well, I
He's
don't know
got
what
all
that
them-
says about Neil.
Bollocks, this. Right, do the next week's one.
Right, then.
Just get it over with. We've got to stop this. Monkey News is coming back.
No, it's not coming back. There's nothing going on. We're not doing it. Right, SC are the initials of the artist of the band.
Go on.
SC. The cryptic clue.
Just stop saying cryptic, because it's not.
The clue is, I went into the restaurant on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, and the fella making the food was there each time. Right? SC are the initials. I went into the restaurant on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday if you want. The fella making the food, he was there each time.
So you changed it.
SC.
Was he there Saturday and Sunday or not?
He can be if you want. I'm just saying he's there a lot.
Oh, this
Work it out, SC.
is like pulling
I'm
teeth.
trying to hurry it up. And the second one, go into that woman's store and rip her off. Right?
Right.
That's C.
Okay.
C. Go into that woman's store and rip her off.
Okay.
If you're going to do that.
Oh, don't mumble at the end of it. Go on. Just do the clue.
And the last one, the initial E,
Last one ever.
you have had a go at laying down a track, but it ain't perfect, right? So you're sort of making a track.
No,
like a
just
music-
do the clue.
You're making a track. You
What,
had a go at
give us
laying
the
it down,
clue. Don't
but it
just
ain't
talk
perfect.
around it. Right, the initial is E.
E.
What's the clue?
You have had a go at laying down the track, but it ain't perfect.
Fine.
A music track.
Yeah.
Well, no, but no. You can't. No, these people can't ask questions.
Well, I can.
Oh God.
So send them in. podcast@rickygervais.com.
Right, that's the end of another Ricky Gervais show.
Oh, thank God for that.
Another one next week. We've got to give value for money, because
Oh.
this is shit. So we've got to... What we do is, because this is such dreadful bollocks, we're giving more of it.
Yes,
That's
lucky them.
Yeah. So it's cheerio from me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant...
Bye.
And Carl Pilkington.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this programme.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Welcome to the 7th Ricky Gervais show on podcast. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Stephen Merchant.
Hello.
And Carl Pilkington.
All right.
Now, talking of that, that's only 5 to go then, isn't it? 5 to go in this series of 12.
Oh, still seems a lot though, doesn't it?
We'll take a little break. I'm sure we'll come back through popular demand, I'm hoping.
Yep.
I'm hoping to put that on the poster, back by popular demand.
Well,
That's
I'm hoping it's by overwhelming public demand.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
My favourite.
Yeah. As we're doing it for nothing.
Yeah.
We want to get a little bit of a pat on the back, don't
Exactly, please. Somebody. Do they give awards out for podcasting?
Oh, if they do, hoo-hoo, hello, I am already writing my speech, baby. I was thinking that everyone listening, if you want to register your email with us, we'll let you know when we're back on air, maybe later in the year. Go to rickygervais.com and just register, and then when I do a general mail out, I'll let you all know when Carl Pilkington is back.
You are a good guy to these people, Rick.
No sweat.
Now, there's been an awful lot of correspondence. It's backing up there. We've got acres of it to get through.
It is a bit mental, actually, but it's very flattering, and thank you all. And people have sent such brilliant things in and spent so much time doing them. There's someone sent in this mock-up of... We were talking about the those Russian sort of iconoclastic artefacts, and someone's mocked up Carl Pilkington as Saint Carl the Bewildered. It's brilliant. It's so good.
Can we put those on the web?
Yeah, I think let's put that up on rickygervais.com, and that's from Joe Murray in Philadelphia. We've also got one which is a little work of art from Ed Ferrari, and it's the three of us in a studio, and it's just great.
It's very flattering picture of you there, Rick. You look about 14.
I know, I've come out very well in this. Carl, he's got a head like a fucking orange. Look at that. Yeah. And you, well, I don't know what you are. Your head is about 2 foot long, and in real life it's only 18 inches long, isn't it? So he's exaggerated yours a little bit. But it's a lovely drawing. We'll put that up on the web as well. Just everyone go to rickygervais.com. Everyone register, please, and we'll email you. And everyone keep sending stuff in. So thank you very much.
Carl, Joe from Bradford asks, what body parts can you live without? He wants to know. He's obviously having sleepless nights thinking about this.
What, so...
With a brain.
He's coped this far.
So the bits that I've got now, if I had to get rid of one of them, what wouldn't I miss?
Yes.
See, I did a bit of an experiment on this, right?
Brilliant.
It's my job at home to wash up, right? Suzanne does...
She gives you all the really big responsible ones. Yeah. She sort of like pays the bills and wires the house, and you go, what can I do? And you can go, well, you can go and play with the worms in the garden.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's my job to wash up and that, right? And I thought to sort of make it interesting and stuff, I thought, I wonder if I can do it, right? If I didn't have any thumbs.
And so what did you do?
So I just sort of...
You sliced off your thumbs?
I just sort of held them in. And it's amazing how, like, it took me ages. Just having that one thing gone.
Well, it's part of our evolution, the opposable thumb. Basically, that's when we soared. These are milestones in human evolution. The opposable thumb, the forward-facing eyes, the upright. These are massive things in taking us out of the animal kingdom.
And one day, Carl, you'll walk upright.
But what do you mean about eyes facing forward? You mean... Before we got here, there was people whose eyes were looking in their head. I don't understand. Is that what you mean?
No, because when we got sort of binocular vision, where we could, because we were predators have a forward face. I'm going way back. I'm not just saying. I'm not saying chimps had eyes on the side of their head, but I'm saying big, major milestones in any evolution. Mm. I lost you at evolution.
Yeah. So when you were doing this experiment, washing up, you say that you found it difficult. It took you ages. So you didn't just give up once you realised how essential thumbs were. No, you actually washed up everything.
I just think of Suzanne walking in and Carl's there, just covered in water and fairy liquid suds, standing on a pile of broken crockery.
Yeah, plunging his face into the sink every 30 seconds and just swishing his head around.
But we talked about the washing up thing before, I don't know, and I was stood there washing up, and I sort of look out of a window, so the sink's in front of the window.
Yeah.
And that's why I quite like washing up, because I can just look out onto the street, see people going past. There's like a local homeless fella called Franco. You know, I look out, that he's all right and everything.
Sure.
But I was looking across the way, right, and there's some there's some Chinese people who live in a flat, right, really small flat. And they're up till all hours. I don't know what they're doing. But they decide to back up at about 3:30 in the morning. And they're always really noisy and that. But above them, there was some woman, right, who the sort of bedroom is on par to our kitchen, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sort of washing up.
Yeah.
And I sort of look across and see this woman with no pants on and that, no bra on that.
Naked.
Yeah, just...
That's the word you're looking for.
Yeah, she's just wandering about, on that. So I was like, oh, what's going on here? So I carried on washing up and that, right? And kept looking, and then I was looking and she looked at me. Right? So we made eye contact.
Sure.
So I was like, oh, God, right? So what I thought the best thing to do was sort of drop me pants a little bit. just a little bit, just like, I had boxer shorts on and that. I thought if I just show a little bit of sort of arse cheek, then it's kind of like, right, we quits. Right?
I don't understand the thinking.
So Suzanne's watching the telly, right? I think she was watching Sex and the City or something.
Yeah.
She sort of turns around to see how I'm getting on with the washing up, right? She sees me with like my pants sort of down a little bit with my arse out. She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Don't look now." I said, "But there's a woman over the road, right? With no pants on and that." She caught me looking. I'm just giving her a bit back.
I love the fact that he explains the rules and Suzanne's meant to go, okay.
That makes sense. But I don't. So hang on. So you showed a bit of your arse. You turned presumably to show the arse. Or waggled the arse at the woman.
I had to lift it up a little bit on the on the draining board.
What? Hang on though. What did she do? Did you register her reaction when she saw a bit of your arse? What happened?
When she saw my arse,
yeah.
Well, then I wasn't looking because I thought, in a way, I don't want it to look like, well, I've seen a bit of your stuff, here's a bit of mine. I just thought, at the end of the day, I caught a glance of you.
It's only fair.
You've had a bit back. You know, I'm not making a big deal out of it.
I genuinely think James Stewart missed a trick here in Rear Window.
Yeah.
This would have been, a much better film had James Stewart just popped his pants down.
It would have given a whole new meaning to the title Rear Window.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tricky though. I seem to be surrounded by people like that because I've told you before. There's the old woman across the way who's just sat there reading a book. I look through everybody's windows like that. Remember that film, that Sliver or something?
Okay, right.
When they've got video cameras.
Yeah.
I'm just looking onto everybody's world and just seeing what people are getting up to. There's nothing wrong with that.
Brilliant.
That's why I like washing up.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Chris has emailed a mantra for Carl. We were talking about famous mantras and sayings and things.
Yeah.
Never has a mank said so much to so many that means so little.
Brilliant.
So you can have that on your headstone. Rupert.
Your little round headstone.
Rupert's in the Isle of Man. He says, I don't know if you knew this, Carl, but apparently octopus's testicles are located in their heads.
Yeah. But then, to me, that isn't that amazing because at the end of the day, an octopus, really, all it is an head. Isn't it?
So everything it's got has to be in the head?
It has to be in the head. It'd look daft if they dangled down below. Right? So all it is... I mean, there's a lot of facts...
It'd look daft if they dangled down below. I'm wondering again, that's almost... I don't think you should start sending them in, but that could almost be the B-side to...
B-side to
a knob at night.
I could eat a knob at night.
James Round says, Carl, if you could be anyone in the world, who would it be?
Dead or alive?
Why would you choose to be a dead person?
No, but sometimes, like, there's people who are now dead, but everybody raves about them.
Like
but are you saying... But he wants you to live that life, not have been that person. Are you saying that if you chose Napoleon, you'd be Napoleon, but he'd be back to life walking around now on the bus, or it'd be the 18th century, or what? What are you saying?
What I mean is, if...
Oh, just answer the question. Who would you be and why? It's someone you admire or you think had a good life. Just answer the question.
But what I mean is, it's good to be remembered, like Winston Churchill is remembered
Yeah.
as being a decent bloke, but I wouldn't want the hassle that he had. So I don't want to live his life.
Right.
But it's good to be...
You'd like to be Winston Churchill, but you'd like to have a paper round instead of...
saving the world.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, but is he saying whose job would I want to take on?
It's not that complicated.
The question is this: if he could be anyone in the world, who would Carl be? That's the question. That's all the information I've got.
A lot of responsibility on a lot of jobs, isn't there?
So, some of the names flowing through your head now?
I was thinking Bruce Willis.
I never expected that!
So his responsibility in your mind is what? Saving people who are trapped in a building with terrorists?
Well, yeah, maybe, his worries are different worries. With, people who have a lot of money come other worries.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So Bruce Willis, he's always going on these marches, isn't he, saying stop war and all that. Mainly because he's got more to lose if there's a war. He's got loads of houses. One of them's going to get damaged. Whereas if you're poor, you've got the one house. If there's a war, it's like, oh, just end it all for me then. I'm sick of it anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
So
Whereas Bruce, yeah.
With successful life and happy life, there's more for you to lose, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Like at the moment, because I've finished a job that I've been at for 10 years. Right. I've finished working there, so suddenly I've got my timetable's a bit out, and I haven't got enough of a routine. And I'm a man who likes to know what I'm doing. Right? Yeah. So now suddenly
5 until 7, washing up with no thumbs.
I've sort of turned into like an old person, where the little jobs that you shouldn't enjoy and now the main event. So
But hold
like,
on, though. How old are you? You're 31, aren't you?
32.
32, and you're pottering around, not knowing what to do with yourself.
Well, like yesterday, Suzanne's shoes needed to go to the cobblers, right?
I haven't heard the word cobblers.
I didn't even know cobblers still existed.
I only ever see that in Christmas films made by Disney.
Well, I had to go and do that, and that suddenly...
Because last time you were going to the toffee shop. And now you're going to the cobblers. Next week is the candlestick maker.
But all I mean is that suddenly is a nice little day out. I'm sort of putting my coat on, going, right, I'll go and see the cobbler now and go and have a chat.
Tell me about the cobbler.
You didn't come back with 3 magic beans, did you?
No, the cobbler's all right. He's doing, he's fixing
Cobbling.
shoes and that.
He's cobbling. He's cobbling all day.
Have I told you about my Uncle Alf, who was a cobbler?
No.
I'm sure I told you about him. He's the one who he lived in like a bedsit, and he had 2 tellies. He had like one that the sound didn't work on, and one that the picture didn't. But both together, it worked.
Oh, right, okay.
So as long as he was watching the same channel on both, sound came out of one telly, and he'd watch the picture on the other.
Brilliant.
And he slept in like a rubber dinghy, right? But he was...
Whoa! You can't just let that slide. Why did you sleep in a rubber dinghy?
He just liked boats and stuff, and he sort of...
Yeah, I like boats, but they're better on the water. Beds are better to sleep on. Boats are better to sail on.
Well, he just had it in there. It's a bed sit. It was really tight space.
Boat sit.
He's got this.
He moved into a dinghy sit.
He's got this dinghy, so he's thinking, well, rather than it get in the way, I might as well use it.
Yeah.
Right? But he was a cobbler, and he used to like repair like my shoes and that, right?
Yeah.
But he'd always sort of overdo them, right? So
What do you mean?
like,
Fancy.
do you know like Pimp My Ride on MTV?
Yeah.
Because he does up shoes, he'd go mental on them.
What do you mean? There was the stereo.
Yeah.
Well, no,
There was horns.
It's like,
Here
Go
comes
faster
Carl
stripes down the
yeah,
side.
yeah. Here comes Mr. Pilkington. He's got the fastest shoes in the land.
no, it just makes shoes that would last forever. So instead of putting like one sole on, he'd put about 5 on. So it looked like one of them built-up shoes that you never see. He'd just put loads of stuff on. They'd last forever, but they did.
But they look like orthopaedic shoes.
Yeah, yeah. It just like suddenly I was like 6'7" whenever he'd sort of sorted my shoes out. But he's a cobbler, and it's work. That's always there for you, isn't it?
I suppose so.
So you went out with to take Suzanne's shoes to the cobbler.
Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, so I just took him to the cobblers and that was like a nice little job for the day. I got a leaflet through the door saying, if you want to walk a dog, the rates are good. I don't know what they pay and that, but I got a little letter in my little letterbox saying, if you're free in the day,
What, they pay you to walk a dog?
They pay you to walk a dog and that. And I thought if I do that and get a paper round, 2 in 1.
Sorry, you just went from a job, right, where you were the head of production at a radio station, dare I say it, on... can I discuss your...
Well, it was an alright wage, yeah.
It was very good.
But I wasn't happy, so it's pointless.
No, I know that, but to go from the head of a department on a lot of money to walking dogs and doing a paper round, I don't know.
No, but it's about being happy, isn't it?
I know, but that's commendable if that's true, but... okay.
And that makes you happier.
Well, I haven't walked the dog yet, but I'm just saying if I do... I mean, I'm not taking it if it's raining. I'm just thinking if it's a nice sunny day and I fancy a potter, I'll go round to her and say, well, how much are you paying? I'll take the dog a walk and stuff.
But I can't believe some of the words that have cropped up in this. It's 2006 now. Potter, cobblers, toffee shop. It's very, very strange.
Do you live in Narnia?
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Right, a lot of people are sort of emailing in sort of brainy stuff.
Brilliant.
Right, which, the more the merrier. I'm happy getting all this stuff, and if it grabs me eye, I'll run it by you and you can sort of tell me about it and that. And getting a lot of stuff about philosophy.
Oh, yeah.
And all that. Descartes, that's another one that's mentioned on an email.
Descartes,
yeah.
the French philosopher.
Yeah.
What's your question?
Well, he sort of cropped up on an email. Someone said, what do you think of him? And I was like, oh, I don't know.
He famously he pondered his own existence, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. He was thinking about that. He was thinking, how do I know all this is true, everything around me? And he thought, well, I can see it and I can smell it and I can hear it. And he went, oh yeah, my senses can be fooled. I could be dreaming. And he thought, well, that's true, I could be dreaming. But if I'm dreaming, then at least I'm alive. At least I have some sort of consciousness. So if I'm even thinking about anything, I exist. I think, therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum.
But we don't need to know the Latin bit. Why is everyone always going back to Latin? It was ages ago. Why is that language always being... And were Latin people always in a rush? Because they seem to be like words for full sentences. Why couldn't they just take the time and say what they want to say? And it's just like, what was the rush?
I love you to teach Latin!
What about Plato?
Right, Greek.
Right, now, would you say he's a bright bloke?
Yes, I would. I'd say he's a very, very bright bloke.
Right, let me tell you this. Right, if he's that bright, you know how he got killed?
No.
Got hit on the head by an egg.
Fucking hell! Well, he's not so clever then, is he?
That's what I'm saying.
Boo!
What's the story with the egg?
He was on holiday or something, right? And...
He was on holiday
in Greece, probably.
He was having a walk about, and a bird was flying over his sort of.
This
over the
bird
beach.
was what? A great auk? What size bird killed him with his egg?
It was a big one, yeah.
Was it?
And the way they used to crack
an ostrich on a hang glider.
The way they used to crack the eggs open to let the kids out, they used to drop them on rocks.
What bird is this? Dropping its egg to let the kids out? You're a maniac! You are a maniac!
And Plato had a little bald head.
Right.
So from the top, the bird's there looking down, and it goes, oh, there's a little rock, I'll drop the egg. Hit him on the head. Killed him. Now, this is what I was saying before about...
I'm letting too much go now, because I'm so desensitised to his nonsense. I let him go. The bird saw Plato and said, there's a rock down there.
Yeah. Well, if these birds are killing people with bald heads, you've got to be terrified.
So, but listen, this is what I'm saying though, right? Before about knowledge and that how knowledge is hassle or success is hassle.
I think that was Newton. Knowledge is hassle.
Now, why is Plato's intelligence got anything to do with the fact that this bird dropped an egg on his head?
Because he was intelligent and he's probably earning a nice few quid by giving out whatever messages he gave out.
Yeah.
He could afford to go on holiday to exotic places. If he was working in a factory, he wouldn't have been on this beach with big birds dropping eggs, is what I'm saying. So, in a way, it backfired. His knowledge killed him.
And that, I think, was Kierkegaard. His knowledge killed him.
Where you got this stuff about him being on holiday?
Well, he shouldn't have been on the beach. He was only there having a break or whatever from doing what he does. It wouldn't have happened if he wasn't on holiday.
Again, I can't remember which show this was that we were discussing this, but we talked about well-known phrases and quotes from the past. We talked about Benjamin Franklin. People have... this is an email we've had saying, Carl, what do you take by the well-known saying, a stitch in time saves 9? A stitch in time saves 9.
Oh, a stitch in time saves 9. Yeah.
See, it's another one that I don't think I've picked up on a lot of these sayings that are being sort of thrown about willy-nilly.
Willy-nilly?
Willy-nilly. Okay.
Willy-nilly.
No, but I, again, it's one of them like last week. I've heard of it, but
what does willy-nilly mean?
Just sort of like throwing it about all over the place.
What do you mean? But what someone said, what does the term willy-nilly mean?
It just sort of means, carefree.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, but what does a stitch in time save 9
So you
mean?
understood willy-nilly, so you used a phrase.
Yeah, but it sounds nice,
you used it, you said it willy-nilly, but you sort of got the gist of it. So what does a stitch in time saves 9 mean?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Think about it. A stitch in time saves 9.
Is it to do with sewing?
Well, yeah, sort of.
So it's not that clear.
So if you've got a jacket,
yeah,
and the seam starts coming undone, oh, there's a little bit of seam. I'll leave it. Oh, it's getting worse and worse. Soon your sleeve falls off. So you just need 1 stitch there. That'll do it. If you do it now, later you'll need 9 stitches. And that, of course, is an analogy to other things. If you leave something that needs attention or repair, it'll get worse. So do it now. Do it in time.
Yeah,
they could have said a tile in time saves 9 on the roof. They just used a sewing analogy.
But it depends if you're busy at that point, because if you've got something else that needs doing, that means that isn't being done because you're messing about sorting out a hole in your coat, is what I mean.
Yeah.
You can't always do stuff straight away. So maybe, I don't know if there's a sort of a middle ground where you don't have to do it straight away, but stitching
A stitch sometimes
time,
today.
say in 15 or whatever, meaning you don't have to do it straight away, but just do it before it gets really bad.
Brilliant. Do you think yours is less poetic than A Stitch in Time Saves Nine? So yours is, this is what you wanted to be a quote, right? Well, you could do it now, but if you're doing something else, then, well, don't do it immediately, but do it soon so it doesn't get really bad. Carl Pilkington.
No, but it's the same. That's the same way I treat most things in life. It's like I never go to the doctors unless it's really
That is sensible.
bad.
That is very good advice.
No.
That's brilliant advice
Well,
for
it is,
anyone
though.
listening. Never go to the doctors.
Unless it's really bad.
But that's why a lot of people, particularly working class people, die because they don't want to bother the doctor, or they're mildly embarrassed, or they don't know symptoms, bad symptoms. Go to the doctor if you're not sure about something. Like you were terrified to go and have your prostate.
Still not doing it.
Why not?
I wish you wouldn't talk about it, because now Suzanne will listen to this and she'll go, "Oh yeah, you haven't been," and start dragging it up again.
But why are you worried about a little a qualified doctor?
I don't know what they're doing up there.
What they
What
just
year
pop
are we in?
They. What are you talking about? They pop their finger up.
That's what I mean, though.
Why?
Well, it's 2006.
Yeah.
Why are they still using the index finger?
What would you prefer, the forefinger or the thumb? Would
No.
you?
No, what I mean is, we've got...
Or a thumb on a stick? Some kind of thumb on a stick?
Yeah. Would you prefer it to
a
be
mechanical thumb, a
Oh,
robot
good.
thumb.
Why isn't it just a little camera? Or something that can...
Well, they put the camera up if they initially discover something.
But just put the camera up straight away. If I'm
No,
paying
they
for
don't
the
need
visit.
to. They pop the finger up, feel that the prostate isn't swollen, wiggle it around a little bit up your back passage. What are you worried about?
I don't think they need to do
Are
that.
you
in this
embarrassed?
day
Are
and
you
age.
embarrassed about being in a room with your trousers around your ankles and a little fella popping
A
his...
little bit, yeah.
Why?
And the other thing is, it's not just that, is it? So you go in there, they check your heart out and that, which to me is the most important thing, because that's what keeps you going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right? You've got to go there. You
Yeah.
sat on the bus, stressing out, thinking, oh, in less than half an hour I'm going to have a finger up the arse, right?
What is the
And
problem?
they go
though?
in, they check your heart, they probably check your testicles and that.
What's up with that? They check your testicles, yeah.
Yeah,
That's...
but it's all building, and you've sat there going, oh, soon that'll be happening.
Yeah.
And that's what puts me off.
So if they just came round when you were asleep, Suzanne just let them in and goes, he's over there, right?
Yeah.
And they crept up and went, bang. You go, what are you
prefer
doing?
I just don't understand why they don't teach you how to do it yourself.
How can they?
Wow.
How can they teach? Imagine you squatting in a corner with one hand on your bollocks and the other finger up the arse going, it seems to be all right.
Carl, you don't understand the phrase "a stitch in time saves nine." I don't think you should be doing any kind of invasive medical research in your own human body.
But then
Who
if
knows what trouble you're going to cause?
No, but then at least
You would get stuck.
Yeah.
You would get stuck.
Susanna come out, your fist would be up your own arse. Okay, I think it's probably time. Let me just check my watch. Yeah, it's monkey news time.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news, you.
Right. Last week we talked about the one who was good at getting up buildings and that for putting out fires and stuff. Ended up working for the fire department.
Yeah, not true, but
Sure.
Yeah.
But if the building had good grippage, he was right up there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not true, but go on.
So this week anyway, it's more about tall buildings and stuff.
Oh yeah.
It was this bloke who was a builder.
Oh yeah.
Right. And you know what builders are like? They sort of move about, don't they, from sort of building to building, just building.
Well, yeah. Well, once they built it, the building's done, and they move on to build some more.
Building to building, just
Where-
building. Yeah.
So he goes to his next job and that, right?
Who does the builder?
The builder.
Yep.
He goes to like the
The
boss,
new building.
the boss of this building, who's building it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And he says what unto him?
Do you need anything building?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, he says, yeah, there's plenty of work and that going about.
Yep.
He says, we're working on this one here. He said, get going on it. Like, there's your bricks and your cement and stuff. Get on with it.
Yeah.
Any plans? Just build.
Just start building.
Yeah. Go up.
they're getting on with it and stuff. It's all going well.
Yep.
But he notices that there's someone working high up,
Mm.
right, on the
Okay.
top bit.
Sure.
Because do you know, like, there's girders and stuff on these big
Yeah.
buildings.
Yeah.
And he's still building
And-
the bottom bit,
And
which
he's
is
still,
weird.
yeah. Well, that's the way they do it there apparently, just to sort of speed it up, work from top to middle, from top to bottom. if you
Sure,
know what I mean.
that's in imaginary land.
We
So
put
anyway.
the spire on, and we better do the foundations,
Yeah.
and then put some stuff in the middle to keep it up there.
So anyway, he's saying to like the other workers, he's going, who's that up there?
Who's that up
Like,
there?
He's working on his own.
The little fella, was he?
And,
The little hairy fella up there.
Who's
he's
the little
saying.
hairy fella up there with the hard hat?
and the other fellas were going, look, don't ask questions. The boss decides who he takes on. We're happy to be getting paid here.
Don't ask questions! Well, I'll see him when he comes down.
So he said, well, it's pretty impressive, the work rate he's doing, the way he's getting from one girder to the other. He doesn't
Swinging,
seem,
is he?
He doesn't seem to be scared of the heights or anything. He said, no, just let him get on with it. We work well as a team. So anyway,
What nonsense is
So-
this?
so-
he believes all this.
Yep.
so he sees the boss and he goes, that fella up there, who's the fella up there? He's pretty good. And he's like, look, just get on with the job. Yeah, I'll pay you. Let's just all get on with our jobs. Like. Lunchtime comes, they're all sat there, sat on a little wall having the sandwiches. He's thinking he'll come down in a bit. He's just carrying on.
Is he just still going?
Still
Yeah.
going on that, right?
Mm.
So the fella says to the boss man, he says, isn't that fella up there going to come down and join us for lunch? He said, like I said, mate, don't worry about him, right? He
Being
said,
very
"But-"
secretive. I'm suspicious about this fella. I don't know.
Yeah,
why,
I don't know.
I don't know why he's working through his lunch. I don't know why he's not scared of heights. And I don't know why he's swinging from girder to girder. It's weird. Go on.
So he said, oh, anyway, you've reminded me that he's up there. He said he's doing a lot of riveting and stuff up there. He probably needs some more nuts to...
Right, sure. And what kind of nuts is that? Is that nuts to food or...?
So he said, what, nuts? He said, yeah, just there's a bag full of them there. Just put them on the hook, send them up, and he can get on with his job. So anyway, he picks these nuts up.
Nuts,
right?
yep.
Just hooks them on. He thinks they're not that heavy,
No.
considering, they're normally pretty heavy, aren't they? Like nuts
big
and
bag of
bolts and
nuts,
stuff.
yeah.
So anyway, he has a little glance in.
Oh, no, what's in there?
Nuts.
What, you mean nuts that you can eat?
Nuts that you can eat,
Oh.
right? So they send the bag up, and he's thinking, what's all that about? He checks him out, starts to stare, works it out. You can see that he's a little chimp running about. So he goes, I'm not happy with this.
Why
So-
isn't he?
Because he's working for an organisation that's, there's unions for this sort of stuff, isn't there?
Yeah, he's not going, that's amazing. They've got a chimp riveting this building together.
Yeah.
That's not scary. He's wondering if they're breaking union rules.
So he goes...
You don't have to talk
So he goes and has a word with
He
the boss.
goes to the boss and he goes, look, I've worked out what you're playing at here.
Yeah.
He said, all them out
Is the
there...
boss sitting in a tyre?
He said, all them lot out there might not be wise to what's going on here. He
Yeah.
said, but I've clocked it, and you're sending nuts up to it. It's a monkey, it's not on. So he goes, look, we're just all trying to earn a living here. He said, don't get involved in it. I'm happy to pay you, but I'm paying him. Don't interfere.
He's paying him.
And he's saying, look, I'm just not happy with this. It's not allowed. So the boss was saying, well...
We
to be
pay
honest,
peanuts, we get monkeys.
He said, to be honest, mate, he's a great worker. He's known for doing what he does. He's a good grafter. If one of you's going to go, right, I'm afraid I'll have to let you go because
Blimey.
he's been here longer than that.
Yeah.
He was made redundant
None of
because
that
the monkey.
happened.
He was laid off.
None of that happened.
He's laid off and that. And that's
No.
where that saying about, like there's a lot of tower blocks and that in America. It's like the chimp off the old block is where... So that's monkey news.
Thanks for listening to this podcast.
Who was it hosted by?
It was hosted by a great bunch of guys called Positive Internet. They host the #1 podcast in the world, The Ricky Gervais Show, with me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant,
Goodbye.
and Carl Pilkington.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
This is Audible.
Hello, welcome to number 6, the final episode in this season 2 of The Ricky Gervais Show, with me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant,
Hello.
and Carl Pilkington.
All right.
You can still go and get the archive, all 18 episodes we've done so far. That's available on iTunes and audible.co.uk. And there's a little video diary we've done, a little free podcast. We may go into free podcasting, but in video, Steve.
Ah.
And there's a little free taster up there. So check that out. Go to rickygervais.com to find out all news and everything. But come on, let's get on with this episode. We're here and now.
This is right, yeah, absolutely. Here we are. Good.
Carl.
Go.
I've got some bad news to start off with straight away. the world's oldest tortoise, a 250-year-old tortoise, died last week.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah, in a zoo in India. 250 years old.
So would that have had that thing that they say about how you get a flashback of your life?
You mean your life flashes before your eyes?
Yeah, they say, don't they? Just like on your last breath or whatever. You like see you coming out of the womb and everything.
Well, one, I don't believe that's true. I don't believe your life flashes before you. I don't know what evidence we've got. People who die say, you never guess what's happening.
No, but there's loads of things that have happened where people go, oh, that's weird. That goes to show that we've been around before, or
No, it doesn't. There's none. I have no evidence for that. Of
well,
reincarnation.
I told you that time when it happened to me when I was younger.
Go on.
Your life flashed before your eyes?
Well, it wasn't like a flashback, but it was close. It's the next thing next to flashbacks. It was I was having a bath, right, and my mum had like run the bath and that, and she said, "Is that too warm?" And I said something like, "No, it's all right. It's a lot better than when I used to have a bath in that wooden bath in front of the fire."
Okay.
And she was like, "What?" And I said, "It happened years ago." And she was a bit like, "Oh." And I can't remember that now, but she talks about it, and that just goes to show that because I was at an age when I wouldn't have known about wooden baths years ago in front of fires.
No, but you talk rubbish now. So all you were doing, you were talking rubbish from an early age. Where's the problem?
No, but you can only talk rubbish if you're aware of knowledge.
Well,
I didn't know about wooden baths, so why would I have invented
But Carl,
that?
we've only got your mother's word on this, and she thought you might one day be a doctor.
Yeah.
So,
She put a rock with a feather on it to keep a parrot company.
lest we forget.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Well, it's all bollocks.
So have you researched this? You've tried to find out when little Karl Mark I and his wooden bath when he was
No,
around?
I don't want to go there because that's when you start digging out all sorts
It's
of trouble.
rubbish. It's rubbish.
No, it's not rubbish.
Well, it is
what
rubbish.
sort of stuff might
There's
you
no
discover?
scientific evidence.
No,
for...
just like how I've said about family trees and that. Don't be looking at them because you're only going to find stuff you don't really want to know about. It's the same as that, innit? Leave it, let it be. Do you know what I mean? If your granddad was Einstein, you'd know about it because your family would be shouting about it. If he was a bad un, you go, oh, keep that quiet. So don't look at family trees, and it's the same. Don't be looking back in your past lives.
There's
Because
no
God knows
past
what you've been up
lives.
to. Well,
Carl and the wooden bath. Proof. If
Carl
proof be needed.
Pilkington, live on air talking shit again.
but this tortoise. So if that's
And also, its flashbacks would just be, the same wall. I mean, it basically spent, I don't know how many years, in a cage. It was in the zoo, so, it died of liver failure. Which is a problem if you're a tortoise, because with us, they can cut you open and have a look at the liver. With that, it's going, forget it, we're not getting in there. It's like you when you didn't want the plumbers to knock through the tiles to check out the piping. It's the same with the tortoise. If it's a liver, we're not going through that. It's not worth it. If it's your head or your feet, we'll have a look, mate. But we're not looking at internal organs with a giant tortoise.
why not?
Because, what do you mean?
Well, can't you drill into those things? It is only a shell. That is easier to replace than skin.
Carl, I was joking. You can't do a liver operation on a tortoise.
Why not? It's got all the same parts, hasn't it? All the same body parts and that.
Well, I think that's the point. Well, not really, but yeah, it's
But
loosely
better
speaking.
ones in a way because they live longer, so they're doing something right, aren't they?
Right.
If they can live 250 odd years, our art can't do that.
Right.
Which is what I say about our tortoise has got it right in a way that it's taking its time on everything. We're rushing about, getting stressed out. That's just getting on with it. It's not rushing. It eats healthy, doesn't it? It eats lettuce and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's probably doing it right. But to be honest, it's too much. I wouldn't want to live 250 years.
Just eating lettuce. Let's not forget that all a tortoise does is eat lettuce. It's not like it's jet skiing weekends and then getting its lettuce on a Monday. That's all it does is eat lettuce.
Yeah.
And that appeals to you, does it?
No, I'm just saying that it must be doing something right, though,
Of course it's doing something right.
because it's living 250 years.
But all animals do something right, however long they live. Mayflies live a day, but they're doing something right.
Well, they're not, are they? They haven't got a chance to learn how to do it right, and then they're dead. It's, that's from one extreme to another, isn't it? That just seems a bit mental to me, that living a day. I wouldn't bother, so forget it. Could you be bothered? You don't, just as you get to know someone.
Yeah, another mayfly.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if we had that, if that's how we lived our lives, you wouldn't have a chance to make a mark or anything, would you? It's just...
Would you try and pack a lot in that day? Disneyland, whatever?
No, I'd prefer to make it miserable so I don't miss it, if you know what I mean. But I was thinking the other day about, you know, your body and everything, because it is amazing, isn't it? How it works.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Does the brain control you, or are you controlling the brain? I don't know if I'm in charge of mine.
Nor do I,
There's
Carl.
a surprise.
Nor do I,
No,
Carl.
do you know what I mean, though, by that?
Does the brain control you, or do you control the brain?
Like, don't you ever sort of think sometimes, say if you're making...
But
'cause
you
I
are
was
the
making,
brain.
No, but I was making a shopping list, right? Going, right, I need some rice, kidney beans, and I thought I had everything, and I sort of was rolling up the paper, and then something went, oh, an onion.
Your brain did
something
that.
went an onion. Was it Suzanne?
No, well, my brain sort of went, you forgot something.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd forgot. I was
No,
putting
you
that-
are your brain.
No, but don't you understand? My brain was I was in control of my brain when I was writing down rice and kidney beans.
But you're not in charge of the onion. That's another part of the brain that's in charge of the onion.
The onion sector.
No, but I put the paper away, putting my coat on, ready to go and get the rice.
Yes, but your onion lobe kicked in.
What, so you put the paper in your pocket, you got the coat on, then you just suddenly hear
Then
from
it
nowhere,
was just like it was
onion.
like, yeah, I'm not even thinking about that shopping list. It's in my pocket. I'm thinking, do I need my gloves? It's cold out.
Yeah.
Suddenly, onion, and it was like, oh yeah, onion. Yeah, I had to get the paper out. So what I'm saying is, who's in charge?
The brain, the mind, the brain is the... What are you doing? Who's in charge?
That's just, you forgot the onion and then you remembered the onion. You must have forgotten things in the past.
No, but not like that. Not where, like, it just made me think, that was weird. Who reminded me of that?
You did.
Yeah, but I'm not...
No, you are your brain. It's not like there's you, then there's a brain, then there's an extra one looking down at it. The meta brain, the thing above it.
No, but your brain... How does your brain work? You give it information, don't you?
Well, it takes...
Do you mean you give it information?
Well,
If I sat in a room with nothing, not feeding it anything, it wouldn't know anything.
No, but there's this thing that there's two yous. It's this thing that there's
There's
this...
Carl and Carl's brain.
Yeah, there's not a duality in this. If you go, come on, now think. That's the brain saying that to itself. It's not, there's not two people in there having an argument come on, brain. And the brain's going, oh, don't you start, I was thinking then. And the other thing's going, brain, onion. And the brain goes, Carl, onion. You are your brain. If you are anything, you are your mind, your brain, your collection of memories, your personality. You're not what you look like. Does that answer your question, Carl? What do you think of then? You were thinking of a tortoise on a skateboard then when I did that last sentence, weren't you?
I, like you, Rick, I'm always annoyed and embarrassed when we have to concede something to Carl. And it seems though each week I look on the emails that we've got, and once again someone has found some evidence to support some of the nonsense that Carl has come out with. Now, you may remember we were talking about his concept of putting a giant mirror on the moon, because why should we have to go into space? Then we could just look up at the moon and we'd see the Earth reflected back at us, and we'd think, that's the Earth. Isn't it great?
I can't see myself backing down on how ludicrous this is.
No, indeed. Although, someone, I think they're really being very picky. They were picking you up on a technical point, because I think one of your criticisms was the idea that the moon is moving and thus the mirror would, be absent from view for some time. Although people have been claiming that the moon, there's always the same face of the moon that's shown to us. There's always the same side of the moon is always visible to Earth. That's when they talk about the dark side of the moon. It's not just light. It's the fact that we can't see. It's the other side of the moon.
No, but we move, so it's not always present.
Well, no, but it would always be present to someone on Earth.
Yes, I know. Wait, this is the thing. These people don't know what I know. I know that Carl is thinking of looking up there and seeing himself looking back. That's what he's hoping. Like when you're going along in a car and you see a shiny building, you go, oh, that's my car. And you wave. That's what he's hoping to see. He's not doing it to gauge the speed of light and think and change like that. He's not doing that. He wants to look up through a telescope and wave.
Yeah.
That's what they don't realise. I know what he's thinking.
Do you want to respond, Carl?
It's got the problem with the moon is
Here's a statement. The problem with the moon is ...
Yeah. The problem with the Earth is there's too much water.
Yeah.
No, the moon, it's been around ages, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But it's got no history. It's got nothing to show for it. Just a load of old rocks and stuff.
Yeah.
And for me, history is created by stuff happening on it. So really, the moon, even though it's old, in a way it's new. Because it's untouched and that.
But we don't go to the moon to visit museums or arcades.
No, but say like
historical landmarks.
Henry VIII, right? You watch Antiques Roadshow or whatever, and some woman goes, "Oh, this plate you've got, this was Henry VIII's." And as you can see the knife marks on it. Oh, look, there's some chicken on it, right? And you go, oh, God, yeah, that's amazing. Then someone goes in and goes, here's a plate of Henry VIII's, but it hasn't been used, it's still in the box. You'd go, well, it's not as good, that. It's got no history.
No, because very often on the Antiques Roadshow, they have Henry VIII's plate with a bit of chicken on it. They kept that. Don't throw that away. Why? Arthur Negus are like that in a few hundred years' time.
No, but do you understand what I'm saying? Things are only good if stuff's happened on it. The moon, you're up there, you're having a look, you're going, no one else has even been here.
But you go to the moon for research purposes, for scientific research.
There, Steve.
What do you mean there's nothing there? They're examining the soil and the environment and the air.
It's just a long way to go.
Well, they're not doing that, are they? They're just not doing that.
Well, they're not, are they? Because last time they went up, they were playing golf or something. There's golf balls up there that they've been whacking about. What sort of research is that? That's what I'm saying. There's nothing up there, so why else would you go all that way and go, oh, nothing here. Fancy a knockabout? Why are they knocking golf balls about if there's really important stuff to look at? You don't see people in museums going, fancy having a knock some golf balls about? No, I'm looking at this vase. Oh, right, that's interesting. But on the moon, nothing. Nothing to look at. What other games have you brought? That's what I mean.
Carl, have you ever seen the programme Inside the Actors Studio?
No.
James Lipton interviews famous actors and gets words of advice about, how they work and how they act. But at the end, he always asks a series of questions, which is based on a French series of questions that a guy called Bernard Pivot used to give people when he interviewed them. So I'm going to ask you some of these questions. Many people will be familiar with them. Just interesting to see what your response is. And, answer them quickly. You don't have to think about them too much. What is your favourite word?
Don't think I've got a favourite, because you only use them when you need to, don't you? I don't just go about saying the same word. So,
well, alright.
Yeah, it's not my favourite, it's just that it does the job. It does the necessary job for that time, doesn't it? It's like, how are you? I'm alright. It's a greeting.
What about, I think serendipity was voted England's favourite word.
Never used it.
No, stupid word.
Who decided that?
Don't know, it was a poll, but I'll suggest things. I can't believe people coming up going, favourite word, serendipity.
Thanks for asking.
So, but the thing is, say if it meant, oh, I'm fed up, would it still be the best word? Is it based on how it sounds and how it's put together, or what it means?
I think everything.
But then loads of words are being left out on, which are probably brilliant words, and they're not getting a look in.
Such as?
Well, like that one, fed up. I'm fed up. It sums it up, doesn't it? Well, two, it just sums it up. When someone goes, how are you? You go, I'm fed up, mate. Sick of it. It's another good one.
Oh, we're getting somewhere. Come on, some of your other favourites, right?
I've had enough. It's just all stuff.
These aren't words, they're phrases.
They're all negative, they're all whinging.
These aren't words. What's your favourite thing? My favourite thing to do is moan.
Yeah.
That would be well, it's not one word, it's loads of words. Fed up, sick of it. That's enough. Jeez.
Whinge should be your favourite word.
Yeah. Whinge is a good word. I like NGEs. Lozenge, whinge, flange.
Yeah. What is your least favourite word?
It might be serendipity. That would be up there for me. I'll tell you what, that would be up there for me.
Probably like French words that have made it into the English thing.
Blancmange.
Just.
There's an unge there. So,
How could you dislike it?
How could you dislike a blancmange?
But just, as if we haven't got enough words in our books.
Go on.
Because I was thinking about
Go on.
alphabet, right? Why have we got that many when other countries get by without that many letters in it?
We got more words than any other language as well.
But that's because we got more letters.
Well, I don't know.
So
that.
we've created a headache. I reckon you could at least half it.
Well, you probably could half it.
Well, you only use about half a dozen of them.
No, but stuff like an X, you look at words that have got X in, and they're always words that you go, what does that mean? How's someone come up with that? That's how it comes across to me, and there's loads of big words. It's like dinosaur names. It's like, well, look, nobody was about when they were knocking about, so let's
You've
make
learned
up
that
some.
at least.
Let's make up some names for them using the letters that hardly get used. They've all got Y's and X's in them.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, well, let's use it for that.
Yeah.
So you just, it's not so much what is your least favourite word, you just don't really like most of the words.
Just cut down the words. Stop adding new words. I get by, I don't know how many words there are in the world, but I reckon I hardly use any of them.
Well, I'll tell you what, this year's word must be podcast.
Yeah, but
That'll be in the dictionary, and
but it's made up, innit? It wasn't here before, it's just another one. This is what I'm saying about...
But what else would you call this? You know, there is a new
broadcast.
concept called podcasting. That is a podcast.
But it's also a broadcast. We had a word for it. It's still a broadcast.
Yeah, but they go, oh, you're a broadcaster. Oh, what radio station? No, I don't work on a radio station. I do a radio show, but I don't understand. Well, I do a radio show and I upload on. I don't understand. It's called a podcast. Done.
Here's another idea.
Go
Add
on.
a new one. Get rid of an old one. Last one in, first one out, or whatever. Do it that way. That's a good way.
What would you get rid of then? So we've brought in podcast this year, but what word would you lose?
Well, what's the name? Those birds that died out.
Dodos.
Get rid of it. If the bird's gone, the word can, surely.
It's almost profound.
It's amazing. It's great. Oh, God.
What turns you on creatively, spiritually, or emotionally?
Learning.
That's a nice answer.
Yeah. Learning,
Excellent.
learning
Will you
stuff.
say that?
Yeah, but everything you teach me, I take it in. It's just that sometimes I go, I don't get it. But that still counts as far as I'm concerned.
Well, no, it doesn't. Learning is knowledge is. There must be some sort of retention. You can't say I've got a great memory for a second. You can't say that. It has to stay there, and then knowledge has to be, applied. You can't just have all this knowledge that isn't applicable because it's useless. I mean, trivia is useless to a large extent. It's not real knowledge because it doesn't really help you in practically.
No, but there's a lot of that going on. You're always reading stuff that you go, I've just read that. It's got me thinking for a minute. It's not going to help me in any way, but it gets a reaction, doesn't it?
Well, that's good, yeah. That's what art does, and yeah, sometimes education's good for its sake if it really does inflame, but
then sometimes, like I've said before, you can know too much where it gets you down.
Go on.
I just was reading something about an octopus. That's like a killer octopus, and it annoyed me that this was knocking about now because I didn't know. I thought they were quite friendly. Whenever you see them in cartoons and that, they're always happy, aren't they? And then suddenly, like, they've sort of brought the whole sort of creature down. Do you know what I mean?
No, what do you mean?
Well, just you know, when you see them in films, they're running about and that, and everybody likes an octopus. But this one that's on it was your fault really, because you told me about that frog that's going about killing people.
No, I didn't say that.
So I looked it up on the internet at like other creatures and stuff, and
.com.
there's some octopus that's in the sea, and what it does, you don't even have to like threaten it. It just spits in the water, and if that stuff gets on you, does you in.
Again,
So in a way, it's good knowledge because, I mean, I don't go in the sea anyway because it's full of stuff like that. But that's just reassured me that I'm doing the right thing. If they're knocking about, just gozzing everywhere, you don't even have to be near one. You don't even know if it's been spitting and stuff. It can kill you. It just seems unfair. I haven't harmed it. I haven't gone near it. Why is it getting annoyed with me? Doesn't seem right. So that's where a knowledge has not helped that octopus out. Because now, when you eat them, I just think, yeah, have another one. you know what I mean? Get rid of them.
Another conversation with himself. Another conversation with himself.
What is your favourite curse word?
I don't think I do anything like that. I think people can tell by my face when I'm like fed up.
Well, they know you're fed up because you're always whinging.
I don't think I've got one. Knobhead. That sums everything up, and I think it's...
But you wouldn't call your nan a knobhead, would you? What would you call a nan?
But she doesn't do anything to annoy me that much.
But if she did, what would you say? If she really annoyed
Well,
you?
knobhead's alright, isn't it? Because she sort of gets it. It's one of them things that everybody understands, but it's not too offensive.
Right.
What a knobhead.
Alright, you're getting into this, aren't you?
So that sums it up, but I don't really... Do you need one of them? What's that doing for you? It's better to think, innit? Like, okay, I've just slagged off that octopus, but at no point was a effing and jeffing about it. You know how annoyed I am with it. I don't have to start swearing about it, and that's...
What would you do, though, if you were swimming, right? It was a nice little thing, you're on holiday, right? And there's this octopus there, and you're going around, right? And you just see it start spitting at you, poison. What would you say to it?
Well, it's too late then, innit? And I'd kick it. And I'd say, you knobhead. I would, but what's the point? What's the point in getting annoyed now? Because it's done its stuff, hasn't it?
I don't know why you'd kick it and call it a knobhead under the water. What is this octopus thinking? Oh, God. Oh, okay, you fucking eight-legged shit.
I'm not bothered. I don't know what you're saying.
Fucking cunt of a mollusk.
I'll just spit at you again. It's not bothered.
You slimy little fucking boneless wanker.
This is why the face
Are you
is
still
good.
talking to the octopus?
Oh, I don't believe it. He's written it down.
That's downloadable as a ringtone. And it's also the jingle for Carl's diary. Just reading excerpts of Carl's diary. Went home and looked up Freud on the internet. Didn't find him that interesting, so looked at some other philosophers instead. Socrates, Aristotle. Why have you just listed some philosophers?
Just to show that I'm learning.
Well, that's not learning.
That's just learning their names.
That's a list. You might as well write 1 to 100.
Yeah, but if someone says, "Oh, what's your favourite philosopher?" I'll go, "Hang on a minute," and I've got them written down.
But why you can't just
Wait a
pick
minute,
one.
I'll go home, get my enormous diary out.
Yeah. Get a wheelbarrow, bring in my workings, and say one of the names I've written down.
And when they say, well, why do you like him?
Yeah, why do you like,
just run away.
Well, I noticed you put Socrates first. Why is he your favourite philosopher?
You throw the diary at them and leg it. Oh, and then you go on to say, it's weird how names have changed, but then there's no other point there.
It just is, isn't it? When you think about, like, Socrates, I've never heard that on anyone who I know, is what I mean. It's just, in a way...
But you're not Greek, are you?
But how did that go about back then? I mean, say if you were phoning someone up and they said, I'm booking a table for 2, they go, name? Socrates. Did he ever go, cheers? Without going, can you spell that for me?
But I don't know what else point you're making.
I'm just saying it's a name that's awkward. You're always going to have to go, can you spell that for me? You go, and it's not just him. Look at all them other names that are on that list.
But they're from a different country.
And a different era.
Yeah, I know, but the names, I've been to Rome and stuff, and you sort of go...
What, ancient Rome?
Just Rome. It hasn't changed, has it? Rome, so it can be ancient Rome or Rome in 2006. It's the same buildings.
I used to love Nero going around in his Fiat Punto.
Lao Tzu from years ago came up with some good stuff. 1, he who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know. Not entirely true. To lead people, walk behind them.
Yeah.
And of course, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1 step.
Yeah.
Good that.
Just favourites.
Maybe this is why people are at the start line spectating at the Commonwealth Games.
Well, no, it's just that I've never understood why in Olympics and stuff like that, if you're going to watch, don't stand around the start line. Go to the end, where you see the winner. But because of that saying, it actually makes sense, doesn't it? It's like, well, every step starts with a step, or whatever.
Say it again?
Every race, you've got to start with a step.
Yeah.
So,
Which is, who am I talking to now, you or your brain?
well, I was thinking about it a bit, so I think I was in control of it a bit more.
So, and what have you come up with?
Just if you want to stay at the start line, do.
What does that mean?
I'm just saying, if you're into, I wouldn't watch a race, right?
Okay.
But
Is this you or your brain I'm talking to now?
this is me.
Okay.
I wouldn't watch.
Are you gonna bring the brain into it, or is it? There's no.
I don't know. Let's just see what happens.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is,
Right.
if I was to watch a race,
Yeah.
I wouldn't hang about the start line because.
Well, you just said you would.
What did I?
Yeah, you said that's the place to start because every race starts with a step.
No, but I wouldn't normally.
Right.
I
Okay.
won't watch any
The
race.
brain definitely hasn't been used
No,
yet.
is this you or your brain you're talking about now?
I'm just saying about me. If I was on holiday
Yeah.
and Suzanne said there's a race going on down the road,
Yeah.
I'd go, well, let's go, keep going down the road and stand at the finish line.
Okay, but now what have
according
you
to
thought?
Lazoo,
Yeah.
I'd say, well, hang on a minute. Every race starts with a single step.
Yeah.
How many people around the start line? Is there more room there? She goes, yeah. I'll go, let's go there then. It's less busy.
Right. And what would you see there then?
I'd see people starting the race, but I wouldn't be that impressed with them because I'd go, well, I don't know if any of these are any good.
So would you start at the start or the end then?
If it was down to me, I'd just probably stay at the finish line.
Okay. So you wouldn't want to see the first step then. So what
Not
do you think of Lazoo now then?
It's not what, but I wrote down 3 of his. That one isn't my favourite. That was the 3rd. I preferred the leading people from behind.
Okay. And what would you do to lead someone now then?
Well, if you're behind, you don't have to take responsibility, do you? You can go, well, I didn't send you here. You went there.
That's not really leading them, though, is it?
Yeah, because I've made them think. I've gone. They go, oh, I've just walked into a big hole. I'd go, oh, should have been looking where you're going. I haven't led them in that hole, but they've learnt a lesson. They won't go in a hole again.
That was one of the greatest conversations I've ever been a part of. I mean, that was incredible. Never mind Aristotle and Socrates. That was incredible, that. If someone's out there, could they make a transcript of that? Because I think that, in 1,000 years' time, that'd be amazing. That was incredible, Carl.
And not once was the brain used. That's the jingle there for Rockbusters, the one of the most hated quizzes in the history of mankind.
Joking, aren't you?
The people loathe it.
I'm loving it.
It's the last one anyway, so just get over it. Just do the answers. Hold on, we can't do another one, though, because we can't give the answers out, so this just...
Yeah, this is the last one. It's just the answers for last week for people who are doing it.
Okay, well, small mercies.
The first one that I gave you last week was, the initials were CK, right?
Yeah.
The clue was, do you know the songs that you sing at Christmas?
Yeah.
That bloke over there is the best at singing them. So what are the songs you do?
Carol King.
Carol King, yeah.
Right,
That
well
works.
done, yeah.
That works. Very
Right.
well done.
The second one, MG. I told the homosexual man that the grape tree was mine. Right? MG.
Gay.
Yeah.
Marvin Gaye, obviously.
Marvin
But,
Gaye,
but how do you get to Marvin?
What's it?
That's my vine, isn't it? That I told you.
My Vine Gay?
Yeah.
My Vine.
Yeah. And the last one,
My Vine Gay.
That's shocking.
It's
then
well,
the last one, it was
shit.
the last one. The initial was S. I said, I asked you if you believe in Father Christmas. What would you say? What's the name for Father Christmas?
Santa Claus.
Right. So if I said to you, do you believe in Father Christmas? You'd sort of go,
No.
yeah, but what's his name again?
Santa.
Right. So what would you do? You'd go, oh, Santa.
No, I don't. No.
That's it. That's what you do there. You go Santa, nah, Santa, nah, Santana. So that was the last one. Well done to Bob in Yorkshire. Got all 3 of them right. You'll get a little signed picture.
Oh, well, that's it. That's the end of season 2, Ricky Gervais Show. We're back soon. Check out rickygervais.com for information and upcoming news. There's a free video cast we're doing. we're also bringing out a book of the podcast.
Yeah, that'll have a lot of the best conversations we've had with Carl, and I think there have been some of them in this show.
And Carl has illustrated all his points and his memories I mean, that he thinks that's proof, Victorian evidence. I mean, it is the ramblings of a maniac, but you can pre-order that on Amazon. Well, thanks very much. It's goodbye from me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant,
Bye.
and Carl Pilkington.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this programme.
Hello, and welcome back to the first in the third series of the Ricky Gervais Show with me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant.
Hello there.
And the fool, the round-headed buffoon that is Carl Pilkington.
All right.
We've been away filming our second series of extras, leaving Carl to his own devices in a sweltering London. We've had a heat wave here in the capital city, haven't we, Carl?
It's been alright.
It's been up to 100 degrees, record-breaking temperatures.
Yeah.
What have you been doing, though?
Sort of enjoyed it a little bit. Was out and about.
Yeah?
Getting to see the place, having loads of walks, and that. I like to have walks. You know, watching what
Like a
people are doing.
dog.
Yeah! When he jumps off the couch and starts
Exactly.
scratching against the door.
Suzanne thinks it's time.
No, it's just good thinking time, though, isn't it? As well, having a walk. You've got no other clutter going on around you. And you just think about a lot of stuff. And, you know, like say, with the weather being hot and stuff, a lot of insects knocking about.
Right.
So I've just been watching them.
so while we've been filming a TV show, you've been watching insects.
Yeah, just seeing, because everybody knows insects are out there, but no one's keeping an eye on them.
What are they up to? What are you worried about?
Loads at Steve, you wouldn't be laughing like that if you'd watch them, because they do some weird stuff and that is what I mean.
What sort of stuff? Any examples?
I saw a bee have a heart attack.
You saw a bee have a heart attack.
Yeah.
How were you sure it was a heart attack?
Because what happened? I'd been.
Did it clutch its chest with all 6 legs?
No,
Were there some other little bee paramedics?
No. I'd just been out in the park anyway, just looking at caterpillars knocking about, butterflies and stuff. So I was sort of aware.
So when Suzanne goes to work, she goes, Carl, don't you waste the day. Just because you don't work at the radio station anymore, I want you to do some constructive stuff. And you go, yeah, I am, yeah. And so in your head suddenly goes... And he goes out. Oh, there's a moth.
But the thing is, so I'd been in the park and I was aware of the insects that are around us more than like most of the time. And I come out of the park, just crossing like sort of a busy road and what have you, and I saw this bee to the right of me, sort of in the air, and it was a big one, and I was a bit like, oh, let's watch that. And it just fell. It fell from the air in front of me, and it was on the pavement. I thought, oh, what's going on here? And I looked at it for a bit, and it was really still. Gave it a little kick, just to see if there was any movement. Nothing. Stone sort of, what's the saying? Stone cold dead.
Yeah, stone cold bee dead.
So
yeah,
that
I like
was,
the fact that this bee suddenly saw Carl and had a heart attack.
Yeah.
It'd never seen anything that round before.
Yeah.
It just thought it had approached him because he thought it was a sunflower.
My God, it's a giant walking orange. Every dream has come true.
no, but it just summed up life for me. I thought that's like us, isn't it? At the end of the day, they have heart attacks, stress.
You
Living
put
in-
it down to stress, do you?
Well, it's in London, isn't it? You know, everything has stresses from living here.
And they are bald, aren't they? They've got fur all over, but they lose the...
And always overweight.
It was a fat, bald bee. Oh.
So what did you? It fell to the floor, and you instantly just kicked it. You didn't
No,
attempt
I
to
waited
revive
a
it.
second and just looked at it to see if there was any, leg movement or wing, and there was nothing. And then when I sort of kicked it, it was sort of hard. It had hardened already. It's just
Rigor mortis had set in.
mortis had set in.
Did it put you in a bad mood for the day? Because I know things like that can just send you over the edge for the day.
Death and that does a bit. Suzanne doesn't like me talking about death.
What riveting conversations do you come up with?
No, just things like one of our mates has had a baby recently, and I just was saying, oh, when that's sort of our age, we'll nearly be dead.
Think of that.
That's the first thing he says is a new life brought into the world.
I know.
But when he's our age, we'll be dead.
Yeah.
No, it's
Maybe
weird.
they'll let you do the speech at the christening.
Yeah, it's just, so like I say, just insect life and that, it's interesting.
You say it's interesting, but do you care about really finding out about them? Do you really care about what bees do or what ants do? You look at them and you make up your own world. For example, it had a heart attack, it's stress, it's overweight. You know nothing. I could probably... Won't you look something up? Honeybees are fascinating. Honeybees, they've been around making honey for 100 million years. That's incredible. Their wings beat over 11,000 times a minute.
And he's thinking, no wonder it had a heart attack.
Yeah, exactly. But they're do you know bees, like ants, are actually like specialised wasps. They're sort of developed from the same
Family. Family, like.
Well, yeah.
It doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise you, though. Does it interest you in any way?
Well, everything's linked to something, isn't it? It's like how they say we're from monkeys and that.
Yeah.
It's all the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've been watching loads of stuff. I've been watching ants. You mentioned ants. I've had a lot of moths in the house. They're sort of sad.
I mean, you say it like it was a garden party.
No,
Yeah.
it's just all these things. You look at them. I mean, you go into the scientific bit saying, it likes honey or whatever.
It doesn't like honey. The reason they store honey is to get them through the winter when there's not like nectar, or nectar's hard to get, and they store it. And they store too much, which is why we can skim a little bit off the top. We're like agents.
Yeah, well, but all I'm saying is I look at more about what its life is like as opposed
Well, no, you
to...
don't. You don't. You guess. You make it up. You don't look into it at all.
No, but you can. A bit of guesswork is you're pretty close to the truth most of the time.
Why? What do you mean? That statement sums you up. A bit of guesswork is pretty close to the truth.
Because if you watch something long enough, is what I'm saying, you can see that it's a bit clueless. It's the same way about ants, or they're hard workers and all that. I watch one; it's going back and forth all the time. They go one way and then they stop and go the other way. They try to look busy in front of the mates, but if you watch one. If you watch one long enough, it's back and forwards, and it's like it's done nothing there.
I'm going to carry this twig back and forth until I can knock off at 4.
There's a lot of that going on.
Is there?
Because there's not. There's none of that going on.
There is. No, like I say, the moth. Depressing little sort of thing.
Why is it depressing?
Just the way it hasn't got eyes, has it? You just look at it, it doesn't know what's going on. I just don't... I think if you haven't got eyes, you shouldn't have wings.
That's a rule. If we could put that into practice, please.
That's a great rule. That's a fantastic rule, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you haven't got eyes, you shouldn't have wings.
Certainly true of people thinking of becoming an air pilot.
Ah.
Whilst you've been working on that, I've been travelling about a bit, just seeing the country and that. Went to Dorset, right? Nice beach there. And those huts you get, like a hut on the beach, and
where you get changed.
You can get changed in it, but they're better than that. It's like you can put a telly in it, sofa if you want.
Oh, you don't mean the Victorian changing huts?
Yeah,
you mean
those
like
sort of things. It's sort of bigger than that.
Yeah.
And we were walking down there, and there was a really sort of big fat family in one of them. There was about 4 of them, and you could tell that they'd never had a game of anything. Do you know what I mean? They just sit down there, eating ice creams, looking at the sea and what have you. And the weird thing is, the little fat kid, the youngest one, who must have been, I don't know, about 8, he was really fat to the point of you couldn't see his neck.
Yeah.
And he sat at the front of his mum and dad and his older sister. He sat there and he had a frisbee, and I thought, look, they don't want to play with him. I mean, that's an active game to play, isn't it?
Yeah.
Frisbee. As we got closer, he was just using it to eat Maltesers out of. I just thought, even again, the one active thing he's got, he's using it to eat out of.
Yeah. Extraordinary.
And that just sums up what people are like now when it comes to keeping fit and activities.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Were you sporty, Rick?
I was, yeah. I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Were you good at it?
I was good at some things. Was never good at rugby. Never good at cricket. Was all right at football. But those things were the more competitive things that were scary. So at my school, when you're surrounded by like people the fun is hurting someone.
Well, it's weird you say it, because I remember the first day I went to play cricket, my mum said, as I was leaving, I was really excited about playing cricket, she went, be careful. I was walking across a playing field once, a cricket ball hit me on the head, I was unconscious for 2 hours. Freaked me out. On the way to play cricket, I thought, okay, always scared of the ball, because it's obviously, as you say, rock solid. I remember a couple of seasons later, I had to play rugby for the first time. As I was leaving the house, she went, be careful with rugby. I knew a kid once broke his back playing it.
I was terrified of rugby. I was terrified of
it. Such a scary game.
The ball came to me, I got rid of it immediately.
It's mental.
Yeah.
I don't understand. What I remember is, I remember a teacher saying you've got to play it very carefully because you can get seriously injured, you can hurt yourself, you could be crippled for life. I remember thinking, why are we allowed to still play this game at school?
I was worried about cracking heads.
Yeah.
And a finger in the eye.
How is it not banned?
That worried me all the time, a finger in the eye.
But they removed the asbestos from schools in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
But rugby,
I
it's
know.
allowed to play. It's mental.
Yeah.
You see, I had a mate called Mark who liked playing cricket, right? And when I used to say to my mum, "Oh, I just want to go out with Mark and his dad to play cricket," and she never used to let me go. She'd go, "Oh, I prefer, you didn't." And I used to always think that, it's because it's a dangerous sport. You can get hit on the head by the ball and it's hard. Put an eye out or whatever. But it was because his dad used to drive us to the place to play cricket, and he had his eyelids were too big, so he used to have to sort of have his head right back.
like one of those old-fashioned dolls.
Right.
Where you can lean back.
They clunk back and clunk forward again.
And she didn't like me getting in a car with him.
Sorry, who's this? Whose eyelids are too big? Growing up, you had a woman who had her head like a bag of spuds.
But I didn't know her.
No, you had 2 kids at school with webbed hands and feet and big heads. Yeah. You had a pigeon chest boy.
Nowadays, you're walking around with insects and moths like something from James and the Giant Peach.
Yeah, and you had a bloke whose eyelids were too big.
One thing I've noticed, that because I occasionally go to the gym, and those guys who work out constantly to give themselves extraordinary physiques, they're on the trip, they're on the weights, and they're really... I've noticed in the summer particularly, those guys cannot wait to get their shirts off.
Yeah.
Everywhere you see, they're walking around. If they've got a good torso, they are walking shirts off. Even, I think, if you go to nightclubs, I notice there's always one guy who's thinking, well, I have put so much work into this body, I have got to get my shirt off on the dance floor.
A vest, yeah.
It comes straight off.
A brand new tattoo. I'm not covering that up.
Exactly.
I've paid a lot for it. Let's see it.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's what we were saying about bodies. I can't remember why we were talking about it. We've got to a point in science now that you can change your head. Right?
No, well, that doesn't make any sense at all.
It was a program on. It was done in the 50s or 60s where they stuck a monkey's brain on a stick and had it wired up and it still worked. Right.
Right. Okay.
And that was in like the 60s or
right.
whatever.
Okay. Well,
so,
to say to change your head makes no sense at all. Because if you put a different head on a different body, you're changing the body.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm about to say to you, though.
What?
That's what I'm saying. That I'd be more confident if I had someone else's body, because if anyone dissed it, I can go, no, it's bad, innit? But it's
what
not
are you
mine.
talking about?
What? It's like, say...
as opposed to someone else's head?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be me, would it? The head is me.
Well, of course it is. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so what do you mean?
me.
You'd be happier having someone else's body? What, than your own?
What I mean is, say if you're wandering about, for some reason, there's an incident. You have to take your top off and that, and everyone's looking at you, right? And you're a bit sort of, you haven't got the muscles and that, you haven't got the 6-pack.
Right.
Which isn't that nice anyway. I don't know why that's become a nice thing, really, seeing the insides of you. You might as well... I mean, I know I came up with the see-through skin idea, but it's a bit weird, isn't it? You can see stuff.
No, it's the muscle in front of the...
No, it's not. Sometimes you can see
it's not the
tubes.
outline of your
organs.
organs.
You can't see tubes.
You can see tubes and veins and stuff.
Well, you can see veins.
Yeah, well, I don't want to see that. That's why we've got skin over it.
Stop looking at naked men, then.
Why
No, but sometimes you can't help it because it's been hot, and like you say, there's people walking about with vests on and that. So anyway, what I'm saying is, say if some incident happened, I'm walking about with my top off.
Right.
Girls are laughing at me, right?
Why?
Dunno, they might.
Yeah, go on. So they wouldn't look at your body, they'd all look at your head.
So what I mean is,
yeah,
rewind that, right, and imagine all that happens again, but I've got someone else's body.
Right.
Whose body?
Just some fella who's died, and my body was injured, and they said, we've got a new body in. You can have it. We'll stick your head on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, say if...
They're laughing at you. They're
They
laughing
are
at the
laughing. They're
body,
laughing at the body.
Yeah.
But at least I'd be able to sort of go, I know it's a mess, but it's not mine. At least I don't have to claim ownership.
So all of this extraordinary technology that can make put one head on another person's body is so you can go, it's not my body.
No.
But
And it's not your own.
I'm not being funny though. So if you have a body transplant, right, and you're at home,
Yeah.
naked, you look down,
Yeah.
lovely penis and a set of testicles,
Yeah.
right? What do you do with them?
What do you mean? What am I doing with them?
Well, do you like them?
Well, you wouldn't mess about with them as much as if they were your own.
But if you did mess about with them, would you feel guilty that you were messing about with another man's testicles and penis?
And it's the full body.
Yeah.
No, because they're not my hands either.
You're a genius! You're a fucking genius! So what you're doing is watching someone else wank.
Yeah.
Well, one thing Carl has been doing over the past few months is writing his diary. He's kept that up. I don't know what he's had to write about. All he's been doing is looking at moths and ants and bees and going for walks. But I'm sure it's all in the diary. So let's have a look at that. Oh, I don't believe it. He's only gone and written it down.
We went to the park and had a brew. Suzanne read the paper while I played with a ladybird. I mean, it's like a child, isn't it? It's like what a child would do.
Suzanne read the paper while I played with the ladybird. His only friend is a beetle.
It climbed up my arm. It struggled on me hairs.
This is in detail then.
Yeah. It kept stopping every now and then and was rubbing its head with its right arm. It did it about 4 times and always used its right arm. It rested for about 5 minutes, then flew off. Sunday. Had a bit of a to-do with Suzanne because she wanted a line today. I ate this. Once you're awake, you should get up. I got up and put the radio on really loud. She eventually got up. I told her insects don't have lines, so we shouldn't.
Why are you obsessed with insects?
You must be fucking unbearable to live with. You must be a nightmare.
No, I've just started, because I've watched insects a lot. I don't want to keep going on about them because we're a bit insect heavy. But at the end of the day, if we copied insects, we wouldn't go far wrong.
I don't know what you mean though. 1 minute you're saying they're great, then the next minute you'll slag them off.
Yeah, I'll slag some of them off if I don't know what they're doing, but because I've studied them a bit longer, I just think they do it
You haven't
right.
studied them though.
He thinks he's like Darwin.
But you just slagged them off when you go, don't you think people that insects are doing stuff? They're not. It goes there, then it goes back again.
The ant was messing about, but only that one. The others were carrying stuff. That's what I'm saying. There's snidey ones in everything. In everything in the world, you get a hierarchy.
Oh, long words!
Ooh. The bookshelf was dusty, so Suzanne asked me to dust it if I get a minute. I ended up looking at every book.
Just the spine.
Yeah.
Just for a few seconds each. Yeah. Didn't open them.
I looked in the dictionary to see if the word dictionary would be in the dictionary. I didn't think they would bother with it being on the front page, but it was in the book as well.
It's a good point, though, isn't it?
No, it's not a good point, because you didn't tell us anything.
Dictionary is in the dictionary.
Well, of course it is.
But why? If you go, how do you spell dictionary? You look at the spine and you go, oh, there it is, D-I-C-T, and all that.
So what does dictionary mean?
It's a book full of words, isn't it?
That's what it means. All books are full of words, you idiot.
How to spell them. And if you don't know
No,
what
it's
it
not
is...
how to spell them.
All right, then we'll...
I'll just look up something. No. It's not a book full of words to tell us what... No. It's the meaning.
Give us
It's
the definition of
definitive
dictionary.
meaning.
It's a book full of words if you want to know what the meanings are. But if you didn't know
Well,
that...
sorry, what was that sentence?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you didn't know that, then you wouldn't be looking in it because you wouldn't know the book is about that. So if you don't know the word dictionary and what it means, you wouldn't be looking at the dictionary. You'd be looking at an A to Z. Because you go,
Why
oh,
leave it
there's
out,
letters.
though?
Just because there's so many words in the world, I would have thought they wanted to cram as much as they can on a page. And if dictionary is already on the front...
Is that why you suddenly used the word hierarchy for the first time ever? Did you find that in there?
Did you see hierarchy in the dictionary?
I feel
I don't know where
that
that
big
was.
word has pushed out about 26 other more useful ones.
Yeah.
No, well, Suzanne's been going on about me learning another language. but I sort of think your brain has only got so much room on it.
And the rest of it's filled with lard.
So, if I've got to learn everything I know, again, but in a different language, it's taking up space, isn't it?
You don't learn everything. Oh, God.
It's all storage, isn't it?
But you don't have to learn it again. You don't have to learn the concepts again. You're merely
Do you know how
learning
many
vocabulary.
moves there are in the human brain? You don't worry, you won't use them all up.
I feel that he has reached his capacity, though.
Yeah. Well, you need another sort of... You need an update. You need some more memory.
Woke up to some interesting news. It's good when this happens because it sets me up for the day ahead. If it's miserable news, it affects my day. It said on the news that they have found 2 new flies.
Fucking hell, more insects! What have you done? Is that all you've done this summer?
Bong! Trouble in the Middle East. Bong! 2 new flies found.
Ladybird climbs up arm.
They were found in the UK and they were found close to each other. Maybe this happened because they were different than the other flies and weren't expected to hang about together, so that's why they knocked about with each other.
That would happen, wouldn't it?
What do you mean?
There's 2 new flies.
What do you mean? Does it mean there are 2 new flies that are a different species?
Yeah, 2 new species, and they found them close to each other, right?
Yeah,
and
but they didn't mean there was one of each.
No. Yeah, they did. They found 2 different ones.
No,
they have. Seriously, I know that. That's right. That's a fact. So you've got, like, I don't know the names of them. They give them odd names, don't they? Well, say call it A and Fly B, right?
Yeah.
Fly A, I don't know. Say that's orange.
This is just...
B.
Fly B, yeah.
This is painful.
No, but
This
I'm
is
just
painful.
making it easier
But
for
Fly B
you.
wears a little hat. He's got a little hat.
All right, yeah, fine. Now, they found the orange one and went, look at this over here. This is a bit weird. And they've gone, oh, that's a new species. Log it, whatever. And then the other one went, oh, keep your pen handy. Look at this one, it's got a hat on. So then they found them both within the same distance.
I don't know what that sentence means.
Keep going.
They
No, let him try and finish.
found them both within the same distance.
But without interrupting him, let him finish this point.
Let me just make one thing clear. Carl Pilkington just said they found them both within the same distance. Think of that!
Don't know what it means, but go on, let him finish this point.
So what I mean is, they weren't knocking about with other normal houseflies because they were probably sort of going, oh, he's a bit weird. Leave it. Yet, because the other one was also odd, they're hanging about with each other. Don't you understand that? Why is that such an odd concept?
Because you think of it as like 2 little new kids in school.
Yeah.
They find out they're both new and they've got something in common.
They're both goths, so they start hanging out together.
Yeah.
And this was on the news, was it?
Yeah, just on the radio, yeah.
I know if I looked into that story, it would be 90% wrong.
Bit tired today because didn't get to sleep as early as I'd wanted due to a moth getting in the bedroom.
Fuck me.
I got it in a glass and looked at it for a bit and then let it go because Suzanne wanted to go to sleep. Looked up some interesting news. Some people dug up an old body in Ireland. Turns out it's well old and was here when dinosaurs were here. The really weird bit is it had hair gel in its hair.
Right, what is it?
Fella.
Well, no, it wasn't around when dinosaurs were here then.
Just a bit after.
Right, fine. A lot after, yeah, go on. I think any hominid, anything that could even be linked to anything that may become man, is only about 1 million years old, and I think Homo sapien is probably only about 150,000 years old. Dinosaurs are about 150 million to 250 million.
Yeah, no, it's not the age bit, that's amazing. It's the fact of, there's a fella, won't have even had shoes on his feet.
Right.
And yet he was worried about his hairstyle.
Right, well that's definitely not true either. This is unbelievable.
Well, there was a man on the radio doing poetry, says Carl in his diary. I thought I'd have a go at doing a poem about today.
Not really. Steve, I'm a little bit queasy. He hasn't really written a poem.
He's written a small poem.
No, he hasn't really.
Yes. If moths had eyes...
Fuck me!
let me read the poem, okay?
Oh, fuck.
You wouldn't interrupt T.S. Eliot.
Okay. Oh, okay.
If moths had eyes, would they be happier? How do they know they're not dead? Cavemen hunting for food, but not before they style the hair on their head. What would last longer in dinosaur times? A blind man didn't stand a chance. Not with all them rocks about. I'd rather be a blind moth.
Right. It may be the greatest poem
Now,
ever written.
just you know, dissecting it briefly, you attempt to rhyme in the first 4 lines, but abandon the rhyming system in the last 3. Is there a creative decision for that?
Can we have Carl read that?
By all
Sorry,
means, yeah.
just you read it as you would like to. So this is imagine this, right? Okay, this is going out all over the world. This podcast, and now Carl Pilkington, a new poet from Manchester, now living in London, England, would like to read a poem.
If moths had eyes, would they be happier? How do they know they're not dead? Cavemen hunting for food, but not before they style the air on their head. What would last longer in dinosaur times? A blind man didn't stand a chance. Not with all them rocks about. I'd rather be a blind moth.
He said it as though the last bit was going to rhyme. He said it like it was going to rhyme. Oh God!
No,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
But I think
Carl!
I think he feels as though the final line, "I'd rather be a blind moth," is going to be one of those great, you know, a summation that somehow the moth is a metaphor. The caveman.
No, but
there's
all
no
I'm doing-
metaphor in that. He really does mean he'd rather be a blind moth.
Yeah, well, I'm just because I've looked at the day's news.
Can we always do that, Carl? Can we always find a day, right, and always sum it up in your
in a
thoughts,
poem.
a poem, just like that? I love that structure. I love that structure. If there's any English students or professors or novelists or poets listening, please email us what they thought of that poem, why it's good, why it's bad. So, you know, give us your thoughts on that. I mean, we would love expert opinion, poets, English professors. Just email us at podcast@rickygervais.com. Now, Carl, apart from being a poet, you are an author now. You've written a book. You know, which surprised me and Steve, because as Steve said, we thought you'd read a book before you actually wrote one, but you've proved us wrong, and all your teachers wrong, and everyone in the world who thinks you're an idiot. It is actually a very good book. I mean, a lot of it is transcripts from, you know, the podcasts, but you've answered some of your critics, haven't you? And you've tried to prove some of your theories. It's everything about Carl. It is like
All the drawings.
all the drawings. There's new stories, isn't there? I mean, there's so much effort. I can't believe it. He's been working on it for months, and it's out on the 18th of September. But you can order it now, can't you, on Amazon.com and Amazon.co.uk.
What's that book called?
It's called The World of Carl Pilkington. Well, thanks very much. Goodbye from me, Ricky Gervais. Goodbye from Stephen Merchant.
Goodbye.
And goodbye from the little hollow, egg-headed moron that is Carl Pilkington.
Right.
This is Audible.
Hello and welcome to the all-new Ricky Gervais show with me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant,
Hello.
and Carl Pilkington.
All right.
You say all new, Rick. In what way is this all new? I mean, it seems very similar. It's me and Carl. I suspect we're going to be talking bollocks.
I'll tell you what's new about it. This time you have to pay for it.
Well, that is a nice new development.
Yeah.
But what about within the content of the show? Any of the classic features, Monkey News?
Well, I think Carl retired Monkey News. I don't know why. Why
So that's
did you
been axed.
It's just that we'd sort of done it all. Do you know what I mean?
But will he be coming back in the future?
We might do something with it, yeah.
Good. I think there'll be a campaign, you know. If I know our listeners, and I don't want to, then they'll be doing an internet campaign now to bring back Monkey News.
I just want a quick question, because I'm a bit confused. Is this show 13, because we've just done 12, or is this show 1 of the all-new Ricky Gervais show? I didn't know where we are.
Show 1 of the all-new Ricky Gervais show.
Right.
Is it though?
What do you mean?
Well, that's like that question that I put to you about, say if like we do something wrong to this world, runs out of whatever we need. I don't know how it works.
You put yourself down. I think you do, and I think you
No,
probably...
just whatever
Go on.
the reason is. If it,
You
air, we run out of air.
are talking yourself out of a job with NASA, putting yourself down like that. I think you know exactly how the world works.
No, but, you know, just like, say if we had to go to another world,
Right.
what year would it be?
Yeah.
I explained, told you, it depends. Because it doesn't matter where you start, right? It depends what a year is. A year is a year, because that's how long it takes our planet to go round our sun. A day is a day, because that's how long it takes the world to revolve once.
I know, but you can't go to another world and then start changing everything, because people are going to be a bit unnervy about being on different soil. So
But
you
it's
can't
not their
start saying-
choice. You can't go to a planet and go, we've got to speed this planet up. It's not going through the space quickly enough.
Yeah, but everybody's, you know, like, especially older people, they set in the ways, right?
I don't think older people set in their ways are going to pack their bags and go to Mars.
No, but if they have to. Anyway, that isn't the point. All I'm
What,
saying...
they're going to be moaning about days are shorter here, or days are longer, aren't they?
Well, yeah, you know what they like.
But old
Change.
people don't care. They like short days. They don't get out of bed, do they, until late? They've got nothing to get up for, and they go to bed early.
Yeah, but it's not just that, is it?
What
I'm
if it's
talking-
a longer day, Steve?
Oh, nightmare.
That's your point, isn't it?
But I'm talking about stationery, diaries. Everything's going to be a mess.
Right.
So what do you do? If I was in charge,
Go on.
I'd just say, yeah, carry on. It's 2007, it's September, it's a Thursday. Get on with it.
Brilliant.
I think because people are going to be...
26 hours later, with a new day, and 480 days later, it's another year, 2008. I was trying to explain to him yesterday, in a cafe, about telescopes that can see back to the Big Bang.
Why did you do
well,
that?
I was trying to explain what a light year was. Then I was explaining to him that, you know, you sit down, you put your telescope on, you're looking at a star, the star explodes, that star exploded 1 million years ago, and he couldn't have it. I was going, you're literally seeing it explode 1 million years ago, because that's how long the light got. And I started telling him that, you know, someone on another planet far, far away could be watching the 1980 World Cup final if they had a strong enough telescope, because that's how long it took to get. Look at his face. I can see his head bleeding.
I just don't... So are you saying...
Why did you start doing this in a cafe? Was it a 24-hour cafe? What were you thinking?
But are you saying, then, there could be an alien fella?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that just like we can see things happening in other on other planets, other solar systems that happened millions of years ago, there could be a little alien fella with a telescope watching the Battle of Hastings if he was far enough away.
Do you understand the concept of what Ricky's saying? That light is travelling at a certain speed, which means it hasn't necessarily arrived here yet.
So we could all relive history, though, is what I mean.
No, we couldn't, because
but whiz backwards.
Well, no. One, you'd have to travel faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, I know, but say if we can do all that...
Well, that's the big thing. You can't.
No, I know, but, you know, it's only a matter of time, isn't it?
Why haven't we?
No, but we're not in a rush to do it, because we can just go back in time.
Well, but if time travel's possible, right, eventually, then it's already happened and they've come back.
Yeah, I know, but what I mean is, it's one of those inventions that we're not in a rush to do, because...
No, what I'm saying is, if it's possible, then it will happen, and if it will happen, it has in the future.
Yeah, but we don't know about that yet, do we?
No, but you see my point?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not that great just because you're seeing that far, because there's nothing in the way. You're looking at nothing. Space is nothing. What are you looking at? They say. What do they say? I don't know. But
If only you had a saying there at your fingertips.
what I mean is the universe, they say it's non-stop, there's no sides to it.
No, they don't say that. Scientists have never said that.
Heaven forbid. Now, Carl, I know you're fascinated by the concept of the doppelganger, of seeing someone who looks exactly like you.
Yeah.
Jake has emailed in. He says, Carl, if you could spend a day with an exact replica of you, okay, so somehow they've cloned you, Carl, and you've got him for one day, what would you do with this? What would you make him do? What conversation would you have with him? What would you do? Is there anything you could, how would you utilise him for one day?
Well, they'd both say, I'm not bothered, and that'd be the end of conversation.
What would do me head in is, does it think the same way, look the same way,
Exactly
dress
the same.
how would I know which one I was?
Because you'd be you.
That's amazing.
No,
How would I know which one I was?
Incredible.
No, because-
that is the most stupid thing ever said by a human being. Can we get the Guinness Book of Records on this? I mean, out there, listen, people, have you heard anything more stupid than how would I know which one I was? It's the most stupid thing any human being has ever said by definition.
But think about it. This other person's going, all right, thanks for meeting up and that. And I go, hang on a minute. No, you came to me. And then Suzanne would come home and she wouldn't know the difference. And then suddenly you'd start doubting yourself. And you go, should I be leaving? Or... So, how do I know if I am that real one, if he knows what I know?
But you know who you are because you're
but
experiencing
he'd
it.
be saying that because he'd say, yeah, it is a bit weird,
But
isn't it,
you
how
know
we're
the
meeting up?"
truth, you idiot.
Because
How
you
would I
wouldn't-
know which one I was?
So anyway,
But bear in mind,
What
could
would you
pass,
do?
You could pass him off as yourself.
What would you do? Would you play tricks? Would you, you know...
You could be in two places at once.
Would you do stings? Would you do scams?
Like Jackass?
no, because it would only end up getting me into trouble, won't it? Because people won't believe that there's another one like me.
Mm.
Otherwise, everyone would be saying that when they get caught robbing. They go, oh, it wasn't me, it was my doppelganger. It can only... I wouldn't want it, to be honest. It's a bit of a headache, isn't it? Because he could be going off, going mental, causing all sorts of trouble, and you're going, will you pack it in? And he's going, what? What are you on about? But then that wouldn't happen, would it? Because he's being me, so he'd be sat wherever I am anyway. Because he'd want to do what I want to do. So, pointless. But I still wouldn't want it.
It's unbelievable.
That was a conversation with himself.
That was amazing.
That was like experiencing what it would have been like if there was two cars.
Yeah,
He's having a discussion with himself.
We could have left in
Yeah.
that time and come back, and he'd be arguing still. That is officially the most stupid thing. If the Guinness World Records, has anyone anywhere in the world said anything more stupid than how would I know which one was me?
But does this mean... Does this mean, though, that I could just sit at home and not do anything and just send me out on...
Yes.
And when he's seen something happen, I'm seeing it.
No.
You're separate people.
You're separate people.
But then he's not a doppelganger then,
Well,
is he?
you're identical twins then. You found out identical twins and he's got exactly the same input as you. I mean, it's not a real question, is it? It's just a little... Again...
But I said to you the other week about twins and that, how I wouldn't like to have a twin. It's alright when you're a kid, but unless you're a Siamese twin, even they don't even look alike, do they? They're just stuck together. You don't go, oh, don't they look like each other? They have different haircuts. They don't carry that thing on, do they? That normal twins do. Like normal twins, the mums say have the same haircut, wear the same shirt. Siamese twins never look the same. They've just got their arse stuck together.
Again, it's a dialogue in his own head. It's unbelievable. Okay, we're trying to get more cerebral now in this podcast. There's a lot of science here, real science. Maybe we should call it a spodcast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Carl. This is a logical conundrum. To a certain extent, there's a little bit of lateral thinking because, but there is only one right answer. Now, the pressure here isn't to get this right because I don't know anyone who's ever got this right. The pressure is, one, asking sensible questions, and when I've told you the answer, to then understand it. Because when I've explained this to people, I've laid out for them, they still can't quite get the concept. Okay, so, there's two doors, Carl.
Yeah.
One leads to heaven,
Right.
one leads to hell.
Yeah.
Okay, they're identical, you can't tell them apart. Okay, 50-50.
Right.
Obviously you want to go to heaven, I assume. Right, there's two guards, identical guards, guarding each door. Okay?
Right.
The one guarding hell always tells a lie. The one guarding heaven always tells the truth. You have to ask one question to find out which is which, and then go through the door you want. What question do you ask?
I've only got one.
Yeah.
And what? One to both?
No, one to either of them. You don't know which one's which, though. So what question do you ask?
Why can't I ask, like, both of them one?
Because it's
Because
not
the rules are you can only ask one. There aren't actually two doors labelled heaven and hell, Carl. It's a leap of imagination here.
And I've definitely got to answer. I've got to ask them a question. I can't just sort of have a feel of the door to see if there's any heat or anything.
They're identical. You stand a few yards away. You cannot tell from the outside of these doors which is which. They're identical. The guards are identical. But the one guarding hell always tells a lie, and the one guarding heaven always tells the truth. What question do you ask?
I can't look through the keyhole or anything.
There's
You
no
can't get anywhere
keyhole.
near them. Let's imagine there's a small rope that prevents you from getting anywhere near, rather like outside a nightclub.
Yeah. What do you ask? What do you ask? What question do you ask? Come on, you only got one. Quick, this is it.
So, they stood there.
Yeah.
They both look the same. They're both smiling.
Yeah.
But one of them's not really smiling, really. He's trying to make me make a mistake, isn't he?
Well, he's just going to lie when you ask him a question, if you ask him.
So what's the point in asking a question? Do I know one of them's going to lie?
Yeah, well, the one guarding hell always tells a lie. The one guarding heaven always tells the truth. These things you know.
But would they be neighbours like this? Would they be that close? Why?
I mean, we're not sure if these two guys get on.
I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. They know who they are, and they know that the one guarding hell always tells a lie, and the one guarding heaven always tells the truth.
So I know that.
No, they know it as well. Doesn't really come down to this, Carl. This isn't what's going to happen when you die.
But when is this useful then?
Because it's a logical... Well, I'll tell you the answer.
No, I want to see if he can get it. He's almost there. No, he's not almost there. What am I thinking?
But there's no shame in not getting it.
It's a
There's no
tricky one.
shame in not getting it. It's a really hard one to get. I mean, the shame is the ridiculous questions you asked. And now I'm going to tell you the answer.
No, hang on, right, so you go up and you
Yeah.
go,
Right, hang on. Well, look, let's imagine that. Let's imagine Ricky and I are those two guys. Okay, right?
But we have to, well, me and Steve would decide which doors we're guarding, okay?
Right.
I'm,
Look away, Carl.
okay
Right,
then.
so we've decided, okay, one of us is guarding hell and one of us is guarding heaven. Which question you're going to ask and who you're going to ask it to?
Right, I'll just say to you, Steve, I'll go, got some post for God here.
That's not a question. That's a statement.
Right, you've got some posts for God here.
Well, that's not a question.
Yeah, but maybe the
Alright,
question's coming. You got some posts for God here, yeah?
And it needs to be signed.
It's not a question. Still not a question.
No, let
So
him finish. Maybe
is God in? Because I need him to sign for this post. Is he in?
Well, I can answer that as well if you want.
Go on.
He's in. He's behind my door. Do you want to answer it?
Well,
Yes.
do you
he's
want
in.
to get him? Just,
Well, no, you only got one question.
So you're asking Steve, is God in? What's the answer?
Yes.
Ask me. Yes.
Look, lads, I'm just trying to do a job here. What am I going to do with this?
Well, give it to me and I'll give it to God because he's behind my door. Steve?
Yeah, give it to me and I'll take it into God because he's behind my door.
You're an idiot. It doesn't help. That doesn't help. Let me tell you the answer. You ask either one of us, you say, if I was to ask the other one what door he was guarding, what would he say? Then whatever they say is the door they're guarding. Because if you happen to ask the one guarding hell, right? I'm guarding hell, by the way. I'm the devil. Steve's God, okay? So you ask me what Steve would say if you asked him what door he was guarding, and I'm going to lie. I know he'd say heaven, because he'd tell the truth, but I'm lying, so he'd say hell. So you know I'm guarding hell. If you ask Steve what door I was guarding, he'd tell the truth, right? So he'd say heaven, because he'd know I'd lie. So he's guarding heaven. So the question is, if I was to ask the other one what door he was guarding, what would he say? And whatever the person answers is the door they're guarding.
Steve, what door are you looking after?
Well,
Heaven.
yeah.
Why should I believe you?
Because you don't know. No, that doesn't work. Because you asked me the same and I'd say heaven as well.
Right, so who do I believe? This is where you use your gut feeling, though, isn't it? This is what life's...
Well, as opposed to the pure logic that Ricky's just used.
I just think, because there's a lot of questions in life where you don't know the answer and you go, do you know what? I don't like the look of him. So,
They're identical.
Yeah, but they're still identical twins. You always get a little snidey one.
Oh, chimpanzee, that is raining it down. What?
That's the jingle there for Carl's Diary. Still a very popular feature on show 1/13. Here we are. Got a book sent to me called Freaks. It's a bit heavy, but it's got some interesting pictures in it. Read a bit about the two-headed nightingale. She/they was on tour in London years and years ago. It cost 2 shillings to have a front row seat. She/they had 2 heads/2 arms and 4 legs. They are called Siamese twins because the first twins that were born stuck together were Siamese. On one of the pictures, they are playing chess against a doctor. That hardly seems fair.
2 heads are better than 1.
So it's 2 heads, 2 arms, and 4 legs. That's just 2 women in one dress.
Yeah, that's 2 women with an arm missing.
Yeah. Spoke to Ricky and his friend Glyn about art. I just don't get it. Ricky had some odd pictures on his walls. I don't have any pictures up in my flat because of the mirrored wall. But I can't say I'm bothered. The mirrored wall, we should just explain what that is. When you moved into your flat, there was an enormous mirror on one wall. Was that right?
We just got this flat, and it's not a big flat, so I think the people who had it before us, he was a gay fella, right, which was a bit like, oh, so you've been doing with that mirror and that. But that was...
What?
No, just, you know...
What? What has he been doing with the mirror?
Well,
What's
it's
he
just
been doing? Why-
No,
what?
it's just because they're quite sort of experimental in it, aren't they? And
I don't know, what do you mean? What do they do?
Well, I wouldn't know anything about it, but go on.
No, what do you want? What?
no, I don't.
Experimental in what
What do
way?
you mean experimental?
I just mean, they'd be doing stuff.
What?
Whatever they do.
Chemistry,
What?
have a chemistry set out, they were doing experiments, what?
No, just doing what...
Singing I Am What I Am and just checking out
No, each
the
to their
dance
own.
moves.
I'm not having a go at anyone, but
What?
I'm just saying, like, they're doing what they're doing, which
Carl, you're
is
not
annoying as
homophobic,
well.
are you?
Because,
You're not
no,
st-
I'm not. I'm
Well,
not. This is why.
Why are you worried about what a little gay fella was doing in your flat before you got it in front of a mirror?
I wasn't worried about it.
Why are you thinking about what he's doing? Why are you fantasising what a little gay fella was doing in front of your mirror in your...
I'm not bothered. I'm just telling you why it was a bit odd that he had a mirror in there, right? But forget the history.
But you've got a mirror in there now, haven't you?
No, because what I did was I was going to take it down, and I thought, it's a bit dangerous. This, it could crack and...
Because it's the
fall on
size
me.
of the whole wall, isn't it?
It took up a whole wall.
Right.
So, like, when he's moving about everywhere, he's got a good view of it and that. But he's got this full wall of mirror, and I thought, I can't take that down. And I thought, what can I do? So I've just put wallpaper on it.
Brilliant.
And it looks all right. You wouldn't know, what have you? But it means that I can't put any pictures up. That's all I'm saying. Because if I put a nail in...
And what don't you understand about art? What about art don't you understand? The concept? Specifics?
Just the way some people like, the ones you've got, where it's just like a block of colour on a bit of canvas. It's like, what's that?
Abstract. It's just abstract. It's vibrancy of colour. It's an attack on the senses. Or there could be something in there that you might see. You might not see first time round, or it could be,
Yeah, but there's loads of stuff to look at without having to do that.
But
You've
that's
got
the point of-
windows. I can understand if you had a cell and there's no windows and you want a bit of colour, but you've got a
Yeah.
window to look out of, and you've got, like, just a big block of...
But I was
Colour on
explaining this to you, the photograph where people before, the art was photography. It was realistic, and they had to make it look like the subject. But then when cameras came in, that's when people started doing surreal stuff. And
I understand that.
Otherwise, there was no point to it. They had to find a new way to represent things that photography couldn't do as such.
No,
So-
that's like when we were in London having a shop around at Christmas, and there was that picture of fruit for 700 quid. It's like, well, just get some fruit. You know what I mean? You can get some real fruit for 3 quid.
Yeah.
I understand that, but there's nothing wrong with, like, having a... Don't invent cameras then, one or the other. Do you know what I mean? That's what annoys me. Someone invents something, and then they go, we've got to invent something else. Like the abstract thing. Why has someone gone, I can't have paintings anymore because...
Was it a Dali? Going, melting clocks and stuff? No?
I mean, the first one was alright when he did the first clock, but then all the time he's just like, I'll draw something and it's got a melting clock on it. I'll do a sheep, put one of them on it.
Have you seen his lobster telephone?
That annoys me.
Why?
Because it's not, I mean, I think what annoyed me more with that is when I heard about how it happened, he had some artist mate round, right? and I don't know what happened. They were
okay.
they were eating.
That's a hell of an anecdote.
No, but they were eating. They were eating some food and what have you.
Yeah.
Lobsters?
And they were eating lobster.
All right.
And
That's handy.
I don't know, the other artist, whoever it was, sort
Telephone?
of started saying, "Oh, you and your clocks" and all that, right?
Brilliant.
And,
This didn't happen.
They started arguing,
Yeah.
and he chucked some of the lobster.
Bollocks.
And it landed on the
It
phone.
bounced off his mate's head, went on the phone, and they both looked at each other like, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" And they brought out that phone as a bit of art. Things like that annoy me. Because
happen.
it was them just messing about.
That didn't happen.
Just telling you what I know. I saw his work. Each to their own, if that's what he's doing. I'm just saying, I'm not putting my stamp of approval on it.
Heaven forbid. Well, as you mentioned in your diary, your favourite artist is Lowry, because you can look at them for ages and see someone different every time you look at it.
All I'm saying is, art should be there to tell a story, not just to have a splash of colour. We know colour's out there. There's loads of colour. We don't need to be reminded of it.
But colour's part of our evolution, and so it does something to us. Just like sounds.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do a picture,
Smells.
colour it in. Still use the colours, but draw something with it rather than just going, a bit of yellow, a bit of red. Like that when you've got just red and black. What's that meant to do?
Well, it does something.
What?
Well, I like it. I enjoy it, so it does something.
Yeah, you have it then. I'm just saying, I prefer it if it was something.
And so let me just get straight. You had a mirror on one wall, so you padded that wall,
It's just
and
sort
you
of,
padded
it's
the
just,
others.
It's just sort of wallpaper on it.
Right.
Amazing.
And there's no other art in there.
No,
It's
no,
just an empty cell.
Was Suzanne like some art? Just like Suzanne's not allowed to watch telly unless it's a favourite thing. Otherwise, she's got to talk to me about stuff. There's no art. There's no point. Just wallpaper.
I'm just saying, we've got three windows we can look out of.
Right.
Right? Stop looking at the walls. Look out the window.
Some new words have been introduced into the dictionary. Too many words. We should have some system where we can get rid of words if they aren't used a certain number of times.
Well, that we do.
They do die out, don't they, eventually?
Like what?
You don't have to use them.
No, but they don't, do they? They keep adding them. And I just worry about, this is the problem with, like, your head can only hold so much. Can't it?
Yeah.
It all very well when Adam and Eve was knocking about. There's no history. They don't have to remember anything. All I'm saying is, fine, bring out a new word, but once you bring out a new one, bin another one. The dictionary is getting bigger and bigger. No one's keeping an eye on it.
Well, I think they are.
They're not. They keep adding.
It doesn't grow. They don't just dig it up one day.
So-
it's got bigger. What have you done?
So
Left it out.
You're happy for them to stick in iPod, let's say.
But
You
we
know.
can pride ourselves on having more words in the English language than any other language. I think we've got twice as many as the second.
Yeah.
I think maybe Russian. I'm not sure about that. I'm sure someone emailed us, but
But we don't talk the most, so there's a lot of clutter there.
what do you mean we don't talk the most?
Well, you'd have to. You'd say
Nothing
that.
as expressive as the English language.
Yeah, no, because we've got a word for everything. I'm just saying that I don't use all these words that are coming out, and I just think, like I say, keep an eye on it. Some sort of, I don't know how it can be controlled.
But Shakespeare invented words. I think Shakespeare invented about 1,200 words.
Yeah, and we're probably still using a lot of his. So why do
Yeah.
we keep sticking more in the pot?
Right.
Stop using loads of words.
People are panicking in New York about the snow they're getting. It's 2 foot deep. They are saying it's to do with global warming. I don't get it. 2 days ago they were saying the world's getting warmer and the ice is melting on one of the poles where the polar bears are. As long as we get snow on the world, does it matter where it goes? Read on the internet that heads are bigger now than they were years ago. Brains are getting bigger, apparently. This is because we're being told too much information. We are told too much stuff about things that we wouldn't have known about years ago. You've just made that leap, haven't you? Maybe heads and brains are getting larger, but the fact that it's because there's too much information cramming in them. Where
Well,
have you
it
got that
is
from?
as time goes on, isn't it? It's that thing of we're being taught more and more every day. As the time goes on, something's happening every day. You've got to remember that.
No, you haven't.
You have. It's the same, like I said, with the Adam and Eve thing. They didn't have that much to remember. They come on the world, they go, what happened yesterday? Oh, not much.
Well, in the all-new Ricky Gervais show, there is no monkey news as such. That's going to come back, Carl. You've got to bring that back. But we're going to do something that we used to do on our local radio show called Rockbusters. Sounds a bit like Blockbusters, a television programme that used to be on television where they gave sort of real cryptic clues. Yours aren't cryptic clues. Yours are ridiculous. So explain Rockbusters.
Give out an initial of a artist or a band.
Yeah.
Knocking about like now or ages ago, and I give a cryptic clue.
It's not a cryptic clue. Very rarely cryptic. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's nonsense, but...
Well, as we once said, I think it is more accurately described a craptic clue.
Yeah.
Well...
Or what am I thinking?
Well, are you going to give an example, or will we just do them?
The classic example, of course, for me is a woman. She's an artist. The initials are WH. She was wandering around in Texas. She fell over. A part of her leg fell in a puddle. Wet knee, Houston.
That is the level.
That's what you're working with, people.
So he's going to give 3 of these. The first email that gets them all right. The first email we get, and it's timed, isn't it, email, so we can know, that gets all these clues exactly right, can win, what, a signed photo of Carl?
Now that is exclusive. There are not very many. I don't think they even exist, do they? There are no signed photos of Carl, so this will be a collector's item.
Right. So, yeah, there's 3 different ones. When you send it in on email, podcast@rickygervais.com, just put in the subject thing like Rockbusters, so I know what I'm looking for.
Mm.
Right then, so three different clues for you to work on. First one.
Oh, shouldn't I do a jingle for this?
Please.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds cryptic. No, fucking isn't.
Rockbusters.
Right, first one, the initial, right, is B.
The initial B, band
B,
or artist?
So, band or an artist beginning with the letter B.
Mm-hmm.
The cryptic clue, well, I don't want a house that's that far away from the water. I want to be right on top of it. Right, that's the cryptic clue. Well, I don't want a house that far away from the water. I want to be right on top of it. Right? B, artist or band. Who is it? Right, work on that one. Second one, it's B again. B, letter B for the band or the artist.
All right.
Cryptic clue, right? That part of my leg is English. Right?
That's it, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
That part of my leg is English. Initial B. What is it? Part of my leg is English. And then the last one, KW, artist or band, and the cryptic clue, the fitness teacher has got a speech impediment. What's going on there? Right, KW, the fitness teacher has got a speech impediment. Work on them, right? Send in the answers, podcast@rickygervais.com, and just win some signed picture and that.
A signed picture of Carl Pilkington. Also, when you're sending in your answers, or indeed if you don't have the answers but you just want to get in touch, podcast@rickygervais.com. If you've got anything that you think might be of interest to Carl, we're looking for, as Ricky was giving him earlier, scientific facts, stories you've read about, anything which you think might just pique his interest, send them in, podcast@rickygervais.com.
Well, that's it. That's the end of the first episode of the all-new Ricky Gervais show.
Sounded very similar to the old one.
Yeah, yeah.
Why change a winning formula?
Why, exactly. And if you're missing the old ones, the complete archive of all our podcasts are available from next week.
Go to audible.com, find out how to get to it.
Absolutely.
For any of your queries and questions, go to rickygervais.com. That tells you where you need to go for any Ricky Gervais podcasts or the new shows. It's all there. That'll explain it.
So it's goodbye from me, Ricky Gervais. Goodbye from Steve Merchant.
Goodbye.
And Carl Pilkington.
All right.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this programme.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Hello, welcome to the 10th podcast in a series of 12, Ricky Gervais Show, with me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant.
Hello.
And, of course, Carl Pilkington.
Right.
Now, thanks for all your emails. We've really started a community here, I think.
Yes.
We're all brought together by one aim. The fascination of the brain of Carl Pilkington, basically.
Yes, absolutely. There's thousands of people who are equally as obsessed as we are with it.
I really don't know why it's called the Ricky Gervais Show anymore. I mean, I was cynical at the beginning, but it's farcical. Welcome to the Carl Pilkington Show.
Well, people say they'd like to hear more from you and I, but I don't see why when you've got
do you know
this
what I feel
specimen
like?
in the room.
I feel like the ringmaster, but the real star is the shaved monkey in a jar that we
Yes,
bring out. Do you know what I
exactly.
mean?
Yeah.
That's it. That's the star of the show, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we've had loads of emails, actually, and we've had one from Nige, who's done this brilliant cartoon of Carl on the beach. I think we should sell those as postcards. But someone's beaten us to selling merchandise. If you go to www.cafepress.com/Mr. Pilkington, someone is selling everything with Carl Pilkington's head on it. Now, these are bootleg goods. We're not making any money from it, but I'm strangely proud. I just love to see millions of people wearing a little T-shirt or a baseball cap or drinking out of a mug with his little round head on it. He's made a clock, which is perfect because it fits absolutely. You know what I mean? The sides of the head go right to the edge of the clock because it's perfectly
I'd
round.
like to see maybe as well those sort of rubber or plastic face masks that you can buy for Halloween with just Carl's face.
Oh, just millions of people
Yeah.
all look like Carl. Oh, that would be amazing. What a world that would be.
Cheers for that, love. Yeah, it's Carl Pilkington here. Just telling you about Channel 4 on a Friday. You've got new Green Wing, right? That's nearly ready. My name is Earl, and the It Crowd. I mean, sort of being in the comedy business and that, I think it's fair to say I'm qualified to give my opinion, and these three things are funny. So yeah, stay in, watch it, have a good night, have a nice little brew with it. Do what you want. At the end of the day, it's your life, innit? So, see it.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Still to come, of course, Monkey News and Carl's Diary, excerpts thereof. I wonder if we should have a jingle for questions for Carl, because there's a lot of questions coming in for Carl.
Okay.
Oh, chimpanzee, that question's for Carl.
Yeah, okay, no, fair enough, that works. This is from Jim and Bob in Manchester. Carl, if you could talk to any animal, which one would it be and what would you say to it?
Insect, animal, anything, fish, anything.
Well, they said animal, but let's broaden it to anything.
Animal,
any creature.
Insect is an animal.
Yeah, no, but I'm just, I don't want to get it wrong. I'm just thinking about,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff out there, isn't there? I'd probably go for the tortoise.
Okay.
Because it would take a long time to walk away from you while you were talking.
No, just because
Most animals would be off straight away.
yeah.
just because they live for ages, so they'll have loads of stories. They've lived through a lot. You know what I mean? Through wars and stuff. If you get an
Well,
old one, if you get like an old one, that's about.
Yeah.
100
Most of them have
something.
lived in a box in a garden for 52 years.
No, but you get some that have been about, and even if it's in a box,
Oh yeah,
you can overhear.
they've really travelled, have they?
Yeah.
I mean,
Some of them have experienced more than you,
Yeah.
but they've broadened their horizons a bit more than you. They could probably teach you a thing or two, yeah.
And what would you hope to learn from them?
just history.
Right. From their very specific tortoise perspective. Other emails. We've had a lot of questions about time travel. People are fascinated about your approach to time travel. And I know we've talked about this in the past, but this is a very specific time travel question. If you had a time machine, Carl, to what event in your childhood would you travel back to and why?
What's the point in going back to things that you thought? No, it's just that it's never as good, is it? It's like a place you go on holiday, and you go back thinking it'll be as good as the first time. It never is. So I don't believe in going back to places.
What do you understand the question as? Do you think they're asking, would you go back like a ghost and spy? Would you go back and you've got your childhood back? You are that child again. You're in the body. You are the child, or you've got your adult head and experiences on. You
Rick, I really don't think Carl was thinking there was any of those variations.
No,
Let's be honest. But now that you've flagged them
I
up,
think he was thinking of him as he is now in school with a cap on.
yeah,
Yeah, but
too big
6
for the
foot.
chairs.
Exactly. yeah. Come on.
No, I don't think I would go back. It's all happened now, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's an email to a podcast for our own amusement.
Well, okay, well...
Choose an event. Okay, forget the time travel thing.
No, hang on, I think let's clarify one of Ricky's points. What if you could go back and you could live that moment again? How would you do it differently?
There's been times where I've gone, oh, that was a bit out of order or whatever, but then you learn from your mistakes, don't you? So I don't want to go back and change stuff, because it's like that thing that they go on about, innit, where they blame the butterfly on an earthquake. You know, it's going to happen. If it wasn't that butterfly, it's another one. So why pass the buck, is what I'm saying.
So you've got no regrets. There's nothing in your past you'd want to change or do differently?
What about if you went back and you spied like a ghost on something? You couldn't change anything, but you could have a look at someone and just sort of look like
what?
like Ebenezer Scrooge does with the Ghost of Christmas Past. He goes back and he's sort of like looking at himself dancing and stuff. Or what would you do? What would you go back and have a look at?
Yeah, but you're asking me to change. I don't want to change.
You're not changing. You're just observing.
It's impossible.
All right, I tell
this
you
question. It's not going to happen. You're not going to have to do this. It's impossible.
Right? Yeah, I nearly died once, didn't I? On an ice pop.
Right.
Right. Now, maybe if I would have died, I'd say, well, let's go back to that, and I won't have an ice pop.
You wouldn't be doing the podcast if you'd have died. You wouldn't be having this email put to you. What are you?
That's absurd. You're now saying you're rewriting history and then going back to change it.
Yeah.
There's no need. You didn't die.
Well,
And
what?
we've changed it. You can't change anything. You're just going to go back and watch them. Would you like to go back and watch yourself choking on a Mr. Freeze?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I wouldn't go back now, because I'm all right. I haven't had one since. I've learnt a lesson. I'm not missing them ice pops. So
I don't think you're making the most of this opportunity to fantasise.
I don't see the point in going back in anything. I mean, do you mean go back in time to the point of you can see, like, Rome in its working day?
What, in your childhood? Was Rome about when in your childhood? Were there gladiators in your childhood?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everything I've been through, so why see it again?
Forget it. It was just a nice little question.
I mean, that shows the lack of imagination in Carl Pilkington. Your mind can't fathom something unless it's, like, got two heads.
But I don't see the point in doing something twice. Because the thing is, say if there's one good moment when I was about 6 that I loved, I'd then have to go through all the other 20 years. Again.
Well, why? Why have you imposed that? It's a fantasy. Make it up.
You could go back and come back again.
Yeah, whiz back and fast forward 35 years.
Nah.
Brilliant. No. Like it was on offer. Like this was really on offer. Move on.
Migrant workers in South China are wearing adult diapers on packed trains heading home for the New Year holiday because they've got no access to the toilet. Many supermarkets in this particular part of China have reported a 50% increase in sales of adult nappies for the train trips. Now, what do you make of that, Carl? You're on a long, long train journey, 3 hours, 4 hours.
You know there's no toilet. You know you're going to need to go. Pop on a...
Why isn't there any toilets?
They just aren't on the trains.
And they're a really long journey.
Yeah.
How long?
Hours.
Well, very long in China. It's a big country.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it. I'd have to hold it in or something. Just like, I mean, when I was a young kid, I don't know how young you are when you wear a nappy and that, but I remember that I didn't like it, doing it in a pair of pants, like that, a pair of nappies and that. And I used to have to, even when I was too small to sort of get up on the toilet and that, because you'd fall in, my mum knew that I didn't like nappies and that. I used to just go in the corner, just near the kitchen, in this thing that, like a litter tray. That cat's having that. I mean, it wasn't like that, but that's the same sort of idea. And I'd go there, and I'd do my thing, and my mum used to say, "Oh, he's going there. Don't look at him," and that, because it put me off. Like cats don't like being watched when they do it.
When they go in their litter tray in the kitchen.
No, they don't. They don't like it. I tested it again.
What are you, just like a little feral kid, just running around and going to the litter tray, covering it up, and then running up the curtain and eating a sweet at the top of the pelmet?
No, but nobody likes being watched, and that's what I'm saying. If you're sat on a train and you're knocking one out and that, and everyone's looking at you, I don't think it'll catch on.
Well, it has caught on. They're all doing it. They're just sitting there. They're doing, they're reading the paper, doing Sudoku, and they're looking round when they're going. They're thinking, oh, no one knows I'm going. And everyone's thinking that, and everyone's going.
I mean, it's partly because there are 120 million peasants from China's vast rural areas who swarm into the cities for work. And so, that sheer number of people means that the trains are so overcrowded.
I just don't... I mean, what are we getting to? You know what I mean? What's going on in the world that this is happening?
I know.
I mean, people have always had to travel for ages. I just don't understand why there isn't a toilet on it. We're going backwards. We're going backwards. Aren't we? Why isn't there a toilet on it?
Well, maybe there is, but maybe people are thinking the queue is going to take forever. If you've got 125 million people
Yeah,
going
but not
back.
everybody wants to go at once. I mean, I know Chinese and all that are like at the forefront of everything that goes on in the world, inventing stuff first, but this isn't one of the best that they've come up with.
What have they invented then, the Chinese? Just
Loads of stuff, haven't they? They've
Yeah,
done
well, no,
loads
you,
of stuff.
I was going to ask you. You seem quite educated on the subject. But...
They did them cat mop things that I told you about.
Brilliant. I mean,
This was where you put mops on the feet of cats, was that right?
Yeah. And they
Brilliant.
wander about the house, clean up and that, wash the floor for you whilst they're pottering about. They've done like hats with umbrellas on them. I mean, they're known for like coming up with stuff first.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought was gunpowder, but yeah, cats with mops is good as well.
Just a final mention of one of the emails that came through from Phil Hobby in Falmouth in USA. He says, "Hello chaps, just wanted to let you know that I was at a party on Friday and I bought 2 remixes of I Could Eat a Knob at Night on a CD. Let me tell you, I played them at the party. They were a huge success. They were a smash. By the end of the night, the party was hip to the words I Could Eat a Knob at Night. Half of them were even singing along. So big thanks to you, Ricky, Stephen, Carl. Now, what would be ideal, of course, I suppose, is one of the big superstar DJs, if they could drop that into their set. You know, a Carl Cox, a Fatboy Slim.
Tong.
Pete Tong, yeah.
Boy Tong.
He got power, and I'd love to hear him drop it. Maybe
Yeah.
even, and I suppose Westwood wouldn't be able to put that in. I know he's more of a hip hop guy, but yeah. So I mean, if you at any point ever hear I Could Eat a Knob at Night, the remix at any kind of club event, let us know. We'd love to hear about it.
Yeah.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Well, now to one of our most popular features. I mean, this could even rival Monkey News one day. It is Monkey News. It's you know, it's news from the point of view of a monkey, a shaved monkey. It's Carl Pilkington's diary. Oh, he's written it down, yeah.
Was that the jingle, or were you just just annoyed about something? Okay. Went and did the podcast. We had a meeting after. I don't like meetings as I can't keep focused on what people are talking about. I think Ricky has the same problem as after 25 minutes he was trying to wrestle me. I tried to do what spiders do and stayed still as if I was dead. But Ricky just stayed on top of me, not moving. A bit like when you see one of them big snakes swallowing a sheep. Ricky got bored and released me. I went home thinking, why had I left my old job for this? A homeless man asked me for some money, but I didn't feel like I should treat him as I felt that he'd probably had a better day than me.
Oh, God.
Suzanne called me to say she'd gone for a haircut and that she'd meet me in the supermarket. I went to the supermarket, but she wasn't there. I called her and she said she was near the fruit aisle. I went to the fruit aisle and she wasn't there. Turns out she was in a different supermarket on the other side of town, and that if I'd listened to her properly, I'd have known that. I didn't want to say that
What, you just went to the first supermarket you thought of, as opposed to listening to what supermarket? I'm in the supermarket. All right, bye.
I didn't want to say that I hadn't heard her properly, because my ears were ringing a bit from the wrestling from earlier. 25 minutes later, I met up with Suzanne. Her haircut wasn't that bad. Normally her haircuts are followed by an argument between us as she pays over the odds for some daft haircut that's the latest style.
Brilliant.
I wish she'd take a picture out of a magazine or ask for a style rather than letting the hairdresser do what she wants. I said I only tell her to do this as she's got a square head and a close-cut hairdo makes it look squarer. She said, what do you think of this cut? I said it looked alright, as I couldn't be bothered arguing about it. It's weird writing a diary. I don't know who thought of doing one of these first. The last time I did one was at school. They used to get you to do it so they could keep an eye on whatever you were up to. My diary used to say the same thing every night. Got home, went to the shop.
In 2009, a user on Reddit submitted a post honoring their friend Milo who had just passed away. Both Milo and this user were connected to a mysterious photo hosting website. Curious internet sleuths started to dig deeper into this strange site where they uncovered a globe-spanning web of intrigue and military conspiracy. Today, we will be discussing the mysterious website known as Lake City Quiet Pills. This is the Red Web. Welcome to the first episode of the Red Web, podcast dedicated to internet conspiracies, mysteries, true crime, supernatural events, all sorts of things like that. I'm your host, Trevor Collins, and with me, I've got Alfredo Diaz.
This is just a podcast to terrify me, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
I listened to that intro and I just had a slight shiver down my body. I'm gonna be truthful to you right here, and I'm intrigued.
It's a deep one here. I wanted to start this show off with a bang. This one has many twists and turns. I'm really excited. You have no idea where this is gonna go.
No, none at all.
But I'm really curious as to what your thoughts are.
It's interesting. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of factors that kind of like suck me in. The fact that it's more recent, right? 2009. You have factors like Reddit in it. So things that I live daily.
Yeah.
So from there, I'm like, okay, like I'm invested. And then there's this photo hosting site, like what the heck, like military conspiracy, like there's so many little things I have so many questions for.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and just jump right into it. I think we're going to have to take a little bit of a different route on this one because, we have a lot of pieces that all come together in the end. So let's start at the very beginning. We have the user named Religion of Peace. Now, he was a moderator on Reddit for the particular subreddit called Jailbait. Now, this was a very questionable subreddit that has since been banned, but he has a long comment history ranging from marijuana use, anti-socialism, to what kind of piano wire can kill somebody. He's got a lot of pervy comments. He has a lot of comments on spam and just calling things spam. And he has lots of comments, and he's very active in the programming subreddit, which means he likely understood code based on some of the things that he was saying.
So like half of the Reddit user base, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. I think I just described most individuals.
Oh, my goodness. This, okay, yeah, no, this sounds deep, dark, and twisted already.
Yeah. So this user claimed to have military experience in security operations. He claimed to have served during World War II, and most notably on D-Day. Now this goes all the way back, right? June 6, 1944. So this is a long time that this man has been around. He's claiming to have been 79 years old. There's a few different comments that say that he's essentially in his 70s. It isn't exactly precise because some comments conflict with each other.
This older man, he's versed in Reddit.
Yeah, he's out here typing away.
Interesting. Okay.
Grandpa knows how to operate this website.
Grandpa has more Reddit posts than I do.
Listen, I went to his profile. It's out there. And in fact, to the day, it's been about 11 years, maybe a few days either side. The day of this podcast being released was when his last post was made.
Oh.
Which was July 17th, 2009.
Just the anniversary.
Mm-hmm. So we know a little bit about this man based on his comment history, and so notably, he's got a domain site that he likes to link to called LakeCityQuietPills.com. When you go to the website, it says that old guy's image host. It essentially is a website built for hosting images. It has a lot of users, a lot of images, and most of these images are pornographic in nature. And it was also shared on a website called Drunken Stepfather, which was another similar pornographic website.
The terrible, terrible name.
What's wrong with the name?
Drunken Stepfather? There's nothing good that comes from that. No one ever said like, oh yeah, man, I love my drunken stepfather. Every time he drinks, we play Mario Kart and it's fantastic. Like, that never goes well.
Yeah. So thankfully, he's not directly associated with this website. This is just another similar website that started hosting him, which is probably where some of the users started to come from. But this is neither here nor there. We'll come back to this website a little bit later, but I wanted to provide some background on this guy because at this point, he kind of went inactive. And on the very same day that he went inactive, on July 17, 2009, another user made a post. This user was named 2-6. We'll just call him 26. And the title of the post was The End of Religion of Peace. He died today. And then within that post, he identifies Religion of Peace as a man named Milo. And he goes on to talk about how miserable, mean, and lonely this guy was, how he had very little belongings that were all being donated to various veteran causes like the Salvation Army. He gave his cat away to his neighbor, and he planned to have Milo cremated and scattered in the wind, for he didn't really have much of a religious affiliation. And so this is where we start to learn more about this 2-6 user as an individual, and we start to look at his comment history.
Mm-hmm.
So 2.6 was created on the very same day that Religion of Peace made his last post. And of his 5 posts that he has, they're all related to Milo. They're all within that same thread, replying to people, discussing Milo's nature. What's strange is he seems to have a lot of typos. He seems very defensive of Milo as a character, despite him being a mean, grumpy old man. But within his comments, he actually posted the coordinates to where he scattered Milo's ashes, which ended up being at a present-day Holiday Inn in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Classy.
And beyond that, he also claims to have hosted that old guy's image host over at LakeCityQuietPills.com. So now we have a direct connection, somebody who knows this character in person. He knows this Milo guy. He's been to his house. He's seen his things, scattered his ashes and everything. And for some reason, this post about Milo's death hit the front page of Reddit, which made everybody start to go, who is this guy and why should we care? Why is this on the front page of Reddit, right?
Reddit sunk their teeth into it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, this sounds like, I mean, you've watched The Office. This sounds like a Creed move here, where it's just creating a new identity. You know what I mean? And then he can dump all the all the debt onto Milo.
Right.
And 2.6 is born. Terrible, like, new name, but yeah, you know.
It's interesting. I've never seen a Reddit username so short. I didn't even know you could have a dash in your name. But this is, 10, 11 years ago. The old man used to run the place.
I didn't know. The old man on Reddit doesn't sound like a great guy. He was a part of a Reddit forum that didn't sound like a great place, and then eventually got banned.
Yeah.
The forum itself.
He's a grumpy dude, a little bit of a perv, questionable motive in place here, and then somebody who's now associated with him, who then got the attention of Reddit. And of course, as usual, when something mysterious shows up, Reddit decides to dig a little deeper, and so they started to scour the internet with regards to this Milo and this 2.6. And someone somewhere discovered that there was on a website called FARC, that there was an account called Angel26 that was registered on October 11th, 2001. So this goes back just about 7 or 8 years. And in the bio of that account, it says, quote, dispensing Lake City quiet pills to lousy bastards in need of permanent rest since 1968. His email address is also linked up to the LakeCityQuietPills.com website, and on the FARC account that they had, they claimed to have military experience, just like Religion of Peace, aka Milo, had.
Was it also a -6 in his username?
It was spelled out, but there is a dash, so it's Angel2-6.
Interesting.
It's very interesting. And it's funny because people started to compare this Reddit 2.6 in the year 2009 with this Angel 2.6 on this FARC website back in late 2001. And they started to realize that there's a lot of spelling errors that they're making. And so they're thinking that this might be the same person. 8 years apart, having very similar spelling and comma and quotation mark usage. It's very intriguing. So now we know our players involved. Let's dive into Lake City Quiet Pills, the website, and what Redditors start to find out there.
Tell me about this, because this sounds like a terrible place.
I want to know what does your gut check tell you about the name Lake City Quiet Pills? Because
Lake City Quiet Pills, it really rides the line of, like, you hear it, you go, I don't care about it. It sounds boring. But then also at the same time, if you, like, give it a second of a thought, you go, this could be some, like, dark web shit.
Right. I mean, you have Lake City, which is a location in Iowa. You have Quiet Pills, which seems like a metaphor for something. We don't really quite know yet, so let's kind of table that for now. And then we're talking about lousy bastards in need of permanent rest is what this bio for this Angel 2.6 is talking about.
Oh my goodness, is this like a Hitman web? Oh my goodness.
Ooh, who knows? We're talking about permanent rest, like what else is permanent rest other than death, right?
This is what my gut instinct is telling me right now.
So let's dive into the website. So if you go to the website now, it says that the IP address cannot be resolved, can't be found, it's nowhere to be seen. The website was hosted on June 18th, 2008 originally, and when Reddit users started to investigate, it just looked like an image host, right? It just looked like there was plenty of pornographic images all over the website, plenty of users, but then someone decided to look a little closer. They looked at the HTML code of the website and shared their findings via a post on the WTF subreddit. And within the HTML code of the website seemed to be these hidden messages in the source code. A lot of them were very cryptic. There's a lot of misspellings, there's a lot of acronyms, and there's what appears to be job listings. Now I'll read out one of these verbatim so you can kind of get a feel for what this is talking about.
Oh my god, it's like a secret underground Craigslist.
Yeah.
You can hire people for some crazy shit.
Male looking for hitman.
Okay. Woo!
I like that.
This is you know what makes this terrifying?
What's up?
Is that I still don't know the whole entire story, and I'm sorry to stop it in its tracks right here for a second.
Stop it right now.
Whether this all ends up being just a la, it wasn't that big of a deal or something like that. You know this exists, right? Like what I'm speculating here, it probably exists somewhere out there, and that's terrifying.
Absolutely. Movies are based on reality. Mercs, mercenaries. Who knows? The Craigslist of hitmen is upon us. And again, who knows how many are out there. But
this podcast was built to terrify me. Continue.
So I'm going to try to read this verbatim. Like I said, it's a little cryptic, but I think this first one reads a little easier. It says, immediate need, 8 to 10 Chinese/Korean. Fluent Korean, dialect, accent. Details after contact. 12-week half-pay sequester on refusal. Now, there are several instances of lines like this that seem to look for individuals who can speak Spanish, Italian. They talk about different languages. Various lines indicate how long these gigs are going to be. It says, for example, no Euro W/W, which is another thing that people started to theorize on as to what that could mean. So some of these notes are really interesting, and they definitely feel like job listings.
Right,
and on the surface, as you pointed out, they feel very much like someone seeking military contractors, mercenary work of some sort. You know, there's acronyms. They talk about security. They reference various languages and locations internationally. And what I found was very interesting was right below these listings is a sentence, quote, Shade is maintaining the calendar and access to the file dump. Angel has the job postings for Europe and Asia. We aren't sending anyone to ME. No one. Don't ask for listings.
ME? The Middle East?
It might be. That seems to be the most likely instance here because, you know, they abbreviate Europe to EU. They have the US in here. And so contextually, you would think the Middle East.
Yeah.
So as people started to dig deeper into this website, they found more messages. And there's one dated on 17 July 2009, which, as you might remember, is the same day that 26 posted about Religion of Peace's death on Reddit. And that message says, I am sorry to tell you that old Milo died yesterday. He went quiet and calm, not like we all figured. I gave that fat mangy cat of his to the little girl next door. No services or nothing. You know Milo. I'm taking his ashes back to where his farm was. Close to it anyway. There's a mall where his place was. So hoist a few for the old man. Remember what he said. Keep the faith with the man who's got your back. And so this is where things start to wrap together, where the Reddit posts are continuing to lock in this website.
It just seems like Milo's a part of this community, and he's, I mean, I guess known enough to have a post about him, right? Like, to have some kind of announcement. Yeah, no, and then it sounds like, is that 2.6 then? Because
it sounds very much like 2.6. And I struggled to read it simply because there's so many typos and weird word usage in there, but those line up exactly with what we know about 2.6 from his Reddit posts. And as you remember, previously I mentioned that he had posted the coordinates to where he scattered Milo's ashes, and in here he reveals that he wanted to take him to where Milo's old farm was.
Right. Now, Milo, this is a confirmed real person, correct?
We aren't sure yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, the details here and the fact that 2.6 has a different speaking manner and the fact that he's got this pretty robust story, and it seems that this post here on an otherwise anonymous message board, because it's in the back end of this website, it would seem to indicate that he has no reason to lie. He's talking to what would otherwise be private members of this website. So it seems to substantiate that there are now two confirmed individuals that know each other, one having passed away, the other one kind of who had known him was now handling his affairs.
Right.
And the story of the farm sort of lines up with the coordinates that he posted earlier, because when the ashes were scattered, he talked about wanting to take it to the farm here in this post. But then on Reddit, he said, I had to give it close to where I wanted to put it, because the land where the mall is was developed in early 2000, and the coordinates that he gives unfortunately go to a hotel, a Holiday Inn.
Right.
However, that Holiday Inn, that land wasn't developed until late 2015, which is after all of this stuff happened. So it is very realistic. Like, things are starting to line up. It seems like an honest story that's corroborated through a couple of different places here now. So now he's talked about his passing away, and there are more posts that happened throughout the rest of the year. On September 30th, 2009, several months later, there's a new post that says, for those who have asked, I bricked Milo's iron key the same day. All is well. And so for more background on that, it seems like he's talking to individuals now. There seems to be individuals who know about these messages. And for those of you who might not be aware, an iron key is actually an encrypted USB storage device. So it could be a key to something, or it could be holding secure footage. And by bricking it, he essentially destroyed the device to the point where it is no longer useful. Like a hard drive, if you brick it, it essentially just becomes a hunk of metal. You can't remove the data off of it anymore.
Oh, who is this man and what has he done?
It's getting weird, man. And he's talking, and he's saying all is well. So calm down. I got the iron key. I bricked it.
So he typed that publicly on Reddit?
So this is still all on the back end
of the site.
Lake City Quiet Pills. Yeah.
Crazy. And
It's
this was
crazy.
months later. So, I mean, if Reddit was going to town on this site, that must have been posted on Reddit for the public to see. And I guess...
Well, not yet.
Oh, okay.
So we're kind of like, this is going to be a very non-linear story. It's very convoluted, so I'm going to do my best to describe what's happening. So right now, these are future revelations that Redditors will have had.
Oh my God. Okay.
So these are things that Redditors in the future will have looked back upon, and I'm kind of expanding upon these posts, and eventually these two timelines will kind of collide. So as of right now, these are entirely anonymous at the time of posting. The only people that know about these posts as they're being made are these mysterious users of the website. But, hindsight is 2020. We're kind of going through the backlog of these messages until eventually something kind of sketchy starts to happen.
Sketchier than what's been already developed here.
Ooh, I thought we were digging deep fast. It's about to get deeper.
What the hell, dude? Okay.
So now we're into November the same year. Almost at the end of the very same year that we kicked off in. And there's another post that talks about Milo. And this is very riddled with typos to the point where I almost have to interpret a little bit on what's happening. But he's saying, heads up, Milo's will it cleared probation, or it cleared probate. Surprise, he's loaded. Email Shade if we sent you out in 2005 through 2009. Shade will have checks cut for you. The amount is by how many times, not the pay total, and the share is 3 to 4K. So now they're talking about sending people out into the world on jobs. They'll have checks cut for you. Shade's back in play. The secretary who was messing around with the calendar and the file dump.
Yeah, I mean, now there's money involved, and I mean, this is already super suspicious, but I mean, I feel like as soon as you get money involved, that crosses a certain threshold with the government, perhaps. I don't know. I could be out of my realm with this, but
it's just it's continuing to build this very obvious, all right, there's a secret message board on this website way beyond the pervy images that we discussed in the very beginning. We're now talking about money, hitmen, countries, language. It's all starting to build this picture, and now we start to get into what really kicks everything out of control. And so now we're into January of 2010. And they're talking about having a birthday party for the old man on the 19th. The party starts at 1500 as usual. Send your RSVP to Shade. FYI, we're booking a room for 3 days for anyone coming out of the area and an overnight for locals. So come hoist your Dutch for Milo. So they're basically talking about, hey, this is a big hurrah for Milo. This is happening in 7 days from now. So this was posted on January 12th. The party's supposed to be on the 19th. Seems like all fun and games, right? A celebration for an old passed away friend, right?
This is the time for the government this would have been the time, you know what I mean? This whole time I'm listening to this story, the government was also, they had the wires tapped or whatnot, and then this is how they get them. They had this like celebration of a sex party going down, this orgy, and the FBI just breaks into this whatever Holiday Inn as they're celebrating this old man.
We got this Holiday Inn orgy of hitmen, you know, doing all sorts of weird things. They got pictures of old 79-year-old Milo scattered about
all
the
around,
place.
and apparently just a ton of money because they're just loaded now.
Oh man,
this sounds insane. But,
yeah.
Okay. No, I think it's very interesting too because like you would think that something like this, they wouldn't want to contact each other more than they need to. They wouldn't, and they definitely wouldn't want to see each other's faces, etc.
Right.
But I don't know. They just have it. So it's just like, hey, just come down and hang out. There's a birthday party.
Right. You'd think
No
like,
big deal.
what's the password? Are we wearing masks? And are we doing anything kinky? Right.
Yeah.
Like you think those are the important. So the day before, let's just like orgy aside, the day before the event, it's the eve of the birthday party. Details. Another message comes through. They're planning the birthday party, and he says, we've got 38 rooms in the Marriott on 46. Shade has the key cards for locals. You pick them up at the party.
38 rooms.
38 rooms.
That is insane.
That is a lot of people. Big orgy.
Oh, man, that's crazy. Let's see, the cleanup job on that must be insane.
That's why you got to go to the hotel, man. Who knows? You don't have to look the cleaner in the eye.
Yeah, put a fake
whatever they're
card
up
down,
to.
you know what I mean, for incidentals.
So here's this. They say, give your travel name to the desk and that's it. There's no ID needed since we're covering the bill. Keep the room service under 500 and the phones are not secure.
Damn, first and foremost, room service under 500 for what, like 3 days?
What did they say, 3 days?
Holy hell, they balling
Easy.
out.
Yeah.
The profits are high with this organization, you know what I mean? Buy the stocks right now. They're successful.
Only buy 20 bottles of champagne, okay? Keep it a little bit less than that. Don't go too
that's
crazy.
insane, especially for 38 rooms, right? Like,
right.
Like what is? Hold on, let me just calculate.
This is a
it real quick. You know what I
full-blown
mean?
convention.
38 rooms times $500, $19,000.
Oh, just a drop in the bucket for Milo.
Okay, and for Milo loaded, dead loaded.
All right.
Okay.
So
weird.
Keynotes from this message. They're discussing how the phones aren't secure. They're discussing how they have a travel name. They're discussing how they're picking up key cards and stuff from Shade. Shade's back in the business, being shady. I don't know what's going on here, but the next message, and I'll gloss over this one for a little bit because we will come back to it, but the next message on the website is on February 2nd, 2010, and it says, party bills. Here's the final for the party. It breaks down all of the expenses incurred across this so-called party. Hotel rooms, $48,341, limo, $6,080. There's a bus, a bar bill, food, dancers, miscellaneous tips, miscellaneous expenses, and a weird one, but it says med supplies, which I can only imagine say medical supplies. Drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
And it says Fat Tommy and Stu are okay too. I don't know who these guys are, but we have Fat Tommy and Stu. Now they're in play.
Okay. Fat
we have
Tommy
a total. If you want to guess what this full-blown orgy convention might have totaled, what do you think? You know the rooms were 48 grand. You got a limo, a bus, a bar, some dancers, some food.
I'm gonna say 6 figures. Maybe like $110K.
You're very close.
Oh.
This was a $94,080 endeavor. And it ends with, you all did Dutch Milo proud. Thank you.
And this is all, again, still posted through the secret forums of this website.
Right. They're all on the back end. And nowadays, here in 2020, this isn't so much of a hacker tactic. You can right-click on any web page and say, inspect, and it will pull up the code for the website, where you can scroll to your heart's content and see keywords and other various hoopla that
I've accidentally
doesn't
done
really
that
matter.
like 50 times. Oh shit, what is this? Did I break my web browser?
So this is where we're at. We've got all these messages. We end with what the bill is, and this is where the Redditors start to come into play. This is where the Redditors collide with this mystery of Religion of Peace hitting the front page. They dig into his history. They notice this website being posted a lot, and that's where we get all this information from. These Redditors investigated this website, started to look at the code, and they noticed that there were these hidden messages. And they started sharing it across Reddit, the hive mind of Reddit, trying to figure out what the hell is going on here.
Yep.
What are these cryptic messages? Is this truly a party, or is there something else going on? Because there's what appears to be mercenary work listings right next to the celebration of an old friend. So while trying to understand all of this, it became very public very quickly. And upon making it public, they noticed that the code, it was just English, right? That this English then became encrypted ciphers.
Oh, yep. Because they knew everyone was catching on.
Yeah, someone noticed that they were caught. And so then, of course, Reddit's like, all right, simple enough. Let's get to work on deciphering this. Boom, encrypted again.
Oh.
And so this kind of became like a back and forth.
Ooh, what a challenge.
But then the website took the ultimate reply and went offline.
Yeah.
The website has been offline ever since. And so these screenshots that I'm reading from are about 11 years old at this point, because that's all we had, and the website's down. And people have started to analyze some of the acronyms that were going into play. I think one of the most prevalent ones was in every listing. It essentially said, no EU W/W. And I think the most prominent definition for what that acronym could say is once warrants or wet work, which would basically mean wet work being murder in the line of a mercenary.
Yep.
But what makes more sense to me in context would be wants or warrants. No European wants or warrants. Essentially, if we're going to do a job in Europe, I don't want you landing and immediately being apprehended or having the police looking out for your likeness. And then there's other things, we kind of talked about what ME could be, and a lot of people thought that could mean the Middle East. And throughout, there's a bunch of other acronyms that can be related back to military based on their context. There's non-con US, which is all one word, which simply could be non-continental US. You have SEC, which could be security. You have the Fed listed in there, which obviously is the federal government, and a bunch of other acronyms, all hearkening to the UK Navy or the US Navy. It's very interesting. So the website's taken down, and this is essentially the end of the road. The case goes cold at this point, or that's what we think.
Oh, thank God. I was about to say, if you left me like this, Trevor, my goodness, it'd be the biggest blue ball mystery I've ever had in years.
And that's our show.
That's it. Just the site's down. You know what? Like, it's crazy that, like, imagine, like, being in that moment, right? Like, I'm not one to be I'm not one that's, like, in the Reddit community or anything like that. I'm not posting on the forums. I used to do things like that. Just no time for it nowadays. But imagine being in the thick of it, right?
Right.
Or just like uncovering these things with other people, and then all of a sudden it turns into like this cipher, and then you go, oh my goodness, like it's reacting to us, and let's try and crack this now.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming when the cipher changed, and they were trying, I think that you said they cracked it, right?
Well, they were at least working on cracking it. Yeah,
they're working on cracking it. Then it changed again, and then the site went down. I'm assuming it was an info dump of like, this is where we're migrating to now. We've been exposed here,
right?
So we will continue work elsewhere.
Right,
is my assumption of what happened. But thank goodness there's still more to this story.
And what's really fascinating to me is that, I mean, the hive mind of Reddit and other websites like it, it's just insurmountable. There's so many people going after this mystery, and I can't imagine, like you're saying, all these people are hungry for conspiracy or mystery. You're a young person on the internet, you stumble across something that is in the zeitgeist. You're like, what is this religion of peace thing? And it actually has, like, you're grabbing traction. You're developing a story. You find this website, you find these hidden messages. Just like you're saying, what was really blowing me away was that a couple of very astute users started to look at the dates of these posts and tried to line things up. And that's where we come to January 19th, 2010, the same day that we're talking about Milo's birthday party, the same convention of orgies or whatever, is the same day that a very complex assassination took place at a hotel in Dubai. And that was the assassination of Mahmoud al-Mabhouh. And I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But for those who don't know who that is, al-Mabhouh co-founded the military wing of Hamas, and Hamas was a Palestinian Sunni Islamic fundamentalist militant organization. It's classified as a terrorist organization among many countries and many continents, such as Israel, the United States, Europe, Japan, United Kingdom, and Australia. And looking into this assassination, he could be seen to be traveling alone. His movement was tracked on various security cameras, and through the cameras we can see that his path crossed with many individuals, leading us to have at least 29 suspects on this case involved with his assassination, 26 of whom had passports that were either forged or stolen from various European countries.
Oh.
And essentially, what these cameras show is that these suspects waited for Al-Mabou to leave his room, go about his business in Dubai, whatever that might be. They gained access to his room, and then they waited for his return to execute the hit. And what's fascinating here is that the date and the time of both this assassination and Milo's supposed birthday party line up exactly.
Gah!
Even further, and we're still going.
What?
It turns out that several of these suspects were given credit cards that were traced back to an area known as Storm Lake, Iowa, which is a 50-minute drive, one county over from Lake City, which is the namesake for the website Lake City Quiet Pills. It's nuts. So there's another interesting aspect here that lends some more credence to the connection between this assassination and Lake City Quiet Pills. So if you remember back when we discussed Angel 26's bio on the FARC website,
Yep.
the main components were Lake City, Quiet Pills, and, quote, permanent rest. Well, many people theorize that these quiet pills refer to bullets, specifically bullets manufactured at the Lake City Army Ammunition Plant, which is the largest producer of small arms ammunition in the United States, or at least for the United States Armed Forces.
Ooh.
And so, once again, if permanent rest refers to death,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, so we're talking about bullets, we're talking about permanent rest for lousy bastards, hitman sort of situation. It really starts to help lend credence to the combination of these two events.
Yeah, it starts really leaning into it, and it's just like, oh man, it's one of those things where it's just like, is everything starting to add up because we're looking for stuff, you know?
Right.
Like a little piece there, a little piece here, just looking for like anything that we could tie into this narrative that we're piecing together. But oh yeah, I don't know, man. My mind is down the rabbit hole at this point.
Yeah, it's like, are we reading too far into it? Are we lining up only a few nuggets of information, and then are we reading really far between the lines? It's really hard to say on this one. And so a little bit more about this ammunition plant. It's actually in Missouri, not necessarily the original destination that we were all talking about, which is a little bit north in Lake City, Iowa. So I'm not sure if there's a direct connection there, but they are close by state-wise.
Yeah.
But there is a little disconnect when it comes to that piece.
Oh, okay. So, oh my goodness. All right. So there's this whole get together. We're over here joking. Ha 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 ha. It's a secret orgy, and then there's this assassination that happens elsewhere.
Yeah, in a hotel.
In a hotel, and I go, timing.
Yeah.
But then the number of people he comes across with fake passports, and then the fake credit cards that tie to Iowa, it's like, that's hard to dispute, man.
It's very unfortunate timing if they were in fact simply throwing a very expensive birthday party.
Yeah.
And upon looking a little closer, some of these credit cards were traced back to being from a company called Payoneer, which is a specific type of prepaid credit card. And the CEO of that company, named Yuval Tal, was rumored to have direct ties to Israeli intelligence. And that plays right into the relationship that we have kind of started to see between Al-Mabou and Hamas and Israel, having labeled them as a terrorist group. Some background, Al-Mabou actually claims credit for several attacks on Israeli soldiers in the past leading up to this point. Now we have a clear motive, right? You know, this CEO could have supplied these prepaid credit cards to these mercenaries in order to fund their endeavor to make this happen, but we don't know. That's essentially as far as this goes. You know, there's 11 suspects that have their photos public right now, released by Interpol, but as of right now, there's no one convicted. And in February of 2010, the chief of Dubai police actually stated publicly that this assassination was most likely ordered by Mossad, which is Israel's intelligence force. And it was discovered that Israel had forged British, Australian, and Irish passports, which correlates back to several of the suspects having forged or fraudulent passports. And so now there's so much connective tissue bringing in this website with this date. It's just blowing my mind how Reddit essentially, potentially, stumbled backwards into, like, by looking at one person in particular, they ended up stumbling into his website, which stumbled into posts, which stumbled into the planning of this potential assassination. It gets very wild.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this sounds like this was, right, kind of like this mercenary group on a back end kind of like website, and then from there they did whatever essentially they wanted to do, whether it would be killings or kidnapping or selling of people or whatnot. And you know, who's to say, but like, good or bad, they were hired to do this one thing, and that's what went down.
And that brings us back to that February 2nd post. You know, going back into a linear timeline where this is happening in real time, this assassination and birthday party, whether they're the same or not, happened on January 19th, 2010. Several days later, that's when they go back to their website and they post those party bills and say, "You did Milo proud. Thank you." And that's once again where we hear about new players involved, like Fat Tommy and Stu. Maybe we get a little bit more understanding on what medical supplies could mean, considering the post says that they are okay.
Right.
Like, something could have happened. There could have been a scuffle. You know, maybe they were the ones that did the deed and got a little banged up from it. And once again, in real time, this is the point that the website became discovered, encrypted, and then went down. And so this is where the trail ends, with no more details left to be uncovered, at least at this point in time.
Right. I mean, going back to Milo for a second, he was, you know, in the military. He had, experience with, like, coding and stuff?
We were pretty certain that he had a background in programming of some sort. Based on some of his post history, there's comments, a lot of comments actually, in the programming subreddit, instances where he pulls code from the back end of a website to highlight certain keywords just as part of the discussion. So we're pretty certain that he has a rudimentary understanding. Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, again, to me, this sounds like this is someone that was in the military, you know, and then grew to be older, and with his connections and whatnot, you know, eventually one day decided to do something with his skills and ability, if that's how you want to put it, and you know, connected with other people, because I mean, at that point, you probably had a handful of different connections, right? And formed this thing. Yeah, no, that's pretty wild. Did they interview any of the suspects?
I don't have any of that information. I don't know much about what the suspects have to say on the situation, but that would be interesting if that is out there. Christian, do we know if there's anything from the suspects at this point?
They had interviewed 2 suspects, I believe, in India, but they were only suspected of, I think, aiding. I don't think they had direct ties to the actual assassination. And from what I remember, I think those 2 suspects kind of didn't really say anything.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, a couple of the suspects, as Christian mentioned, he's, by the way, one of our producers on the show who does a lot of the legwork. He develops the outline and the timeline for a lot of these mysteries that we're going to cover. So you'll hear from him every now and then as we have questions that we can't answer. But yeah, I guess we've got a couple of suspects in India that were interviewed, but no extra information came out of them, which then leads us kind of to just the theories. And as always, you've got the main 2 theories that we're probably always going to have. People think that this is just an alternate reality game, like an ARG, or that it's simply a hoax. However, in this certain instance, it's pretty doubtful that this is a hoax, because this is a very long play. If you remember, Angel 26 was an account made on Fark.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
The internet's history is full of small, peculiar events. Whether about a YouTube channel uploading puzzling videos or a community of people who claim to astral project, these odd mysteries are just a small example of the strange corners of the web. Today, we're going to explore these corners in our very first collection episode here on the Internet Files. This is Red Web. It's another Mystery Monday. My name is Trevor Collins, and with me, Alfredo Diaz. We got an interesting format change for you today, Frey.
This is different.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it, but I will say I love it. I'm loving how it's like, because for those of you listening, I don't know what, we're going to be talking about going into this until I'm here.
Keep you in the dark.
Yeah, I'm very much kept in the dark. I do love that we just keep breaking our mold, essentially. You know what I mean? Like we're not holding ourselves to anything, and I'm really enjoying that because I like the variety personally.
Yeah, I mean, we change it up, we test and try and all that, and you guys have been very receptive to all the different topics we've discussed, all the different format changes and tweaks and whatevers. So yeah, thank you all for listening and continue to support in spite of the changes. So today, we're going to focus on 3 internet mysteries. And the reason why we're doing kind of a collection episode is because obviously we got the show started. Its bread and butter was internet-centric mysteries. Now, I love these type of mysteries. I love all mysteries, but I really love these style of mysteries that are on the internet. The problem is a lot of them are actually really small and short and wouldn't constitute a whole episode. So we figured, Christian and I put our heads together and figured we'd do like a little sampler platter of mysteries.
I like this little in and out, kind of like, what is that book? It was like Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark or something like that.
Ooh, this is our scary stories.
Yeah, I like that.
So we're going to hit you from all different angles. We're going to get, basically every platform, every website that you're comfortable with, we're going to hit you from all angles,
Oh,
Yeah.
that's bad. That's real bad. Question.
Yeah, what's up?
Are these like all a certain type of like internet mystery? Is it like all like I don't know, maybe like YouTubers or all Reddit or anything like that?
That's a good question, actually, because we did think about that, piling them in so they're all similar to each other. The only thing that really connects these is that they're all on the internet.
Okay.
One is a YouTube-centric one is a Reddit and community-centric one, and the final one we're going to explore takes a little bit more of a real-world combo online presence. So it's really interesting. We're really hitting a wide variety of topics here, which is why I'm so excited about this. But yeah, in the future, we're probably going to explore other mini mysteries in a very similar format, probably putting them together in some sort of theme. But these internet ones are always just little shotgun shots of, variety.
I like it. In and out.
So without further ado, why don't we jump into the first one, which is entitled Unfavorable Semicircle.
All right. I don't know what to expect from this one.
You know what? Let's go ahead before I dive in. What could you possibly gather from that name?
Hit me with that title one more time.
Unfavorable Semicircle.
Bro, I don't even know. Like, what does that even mean? Is it like a YouTube video that went up and it was just some like weird stuff and people were just like, oh, okay, all right, here we go.
It's such a non sequitur name, and you're still, man, your instincts are as hot as ever.
Gut instinct.
Good instincts. All right. Millions of videos on YouTube get uploaded and go completely unnoticed. Unfavorable Semicircle was a YouTube channel that caught the attention of many people online because of its cryptic style, hinting that there might be something bigger, something larger, some hidden message behind these videos. Multiple news outlets actually started to report on this channel, and there's a subreddit dedicated specifically to solving this mystery. So, we have the YouTube channel called Unfavorable Semicircle, which was created in March of 2015. It started to upload on April 5th of 2015 at a rate of 2 videos per minute.
What?
Very fast. A lot of videos. Now, it didn't do that for the entire 24 hours. Eventually, it stopped. But it was uploading them very fast, and by the end of the day, it had around 1,247 uploads. Most of the videos were only about 5 seconds in length, but some of them were several hours long. Now, it's hard to describe them all in a wide swath, but most of them kind of had a solid background color and pixels of another color, but they were often blurry. Some look like constellations, some look like abstract art. A lot of them use multiple colors and patterns. This is going to be a very visual one, so I think what we're going to do is, Fredo, we're going to send you a couple screenshots
Yeah.
of some of these videos to get you an idea. And everybody who's listening at home, I encourage you to go to our Twitter page at RedWebPod, where you can get an idea of some of these screenshots for yourself.
So this was a channel that like not many people knew about.
It just appeared.
It just appeared. Did all of these uploads happen once it started getting traction, or?
It sounds like it was created in March, you know, because you can see when a channel's made.
Yeah.
But it didn't really do anything until April 5th. That's when it just started dumping videos in, just like a lot.
Interesting. I'm wondering if the YouTube channel started to gain traction, and then from there it was just like upload city.
You like it trickled in?
Yeah. Like I'm trying to figure out if this is like someone that just like, oh, here we go, I got some attention, and then they're just, let's make it weird.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it all just kicked off one day, and that's what really got it the attention.
1,000 views, handful of 100, like 10. No, that one has 10,000 views.
And what you're seeing, you know, are a bunch of thumbnails for these videos, which are just screenshots of the video itself. You know, you see a couple reds, a couple deep reds, some grays, some blurry pixels. Nothing to write home about, nothing extraordinarily visually interesting, but it does look like something that would be otherwise quite cryptic.
Do any of these videos repeat themselves? Do we know?
I think that they're all pretty unique, and they all have different attributes around them. For example, some of them have a man's muffled voice saying a letter or a number. Some are completely silent or have a humming noise. Some even have music that has yet to be identified. But the one key factor that attaches these all together is, as you're seeing, this Sagittarius symbol. There's an emoji that has the Sagittarius astrology sign in front of all the titles. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's essentially an arrow that goes to the upper right, and then it has like a small intersecting line just kind of halfway through the arrow.
I think the interesting thing here is if all these different videos are unique, I'm seeing just in the middle line of videos, 557 is the time code for 4 different videos. And then I look up the top row, there's 3 more at 557, and the bottom one is all 301. Even if they're like different, the time codes are purposefully the same.
Which makes you think that they're being generated in some way, that maybe some computer system or AI is generating these.
Yeah.
And I'm obviously like, it's a team of people or it's a computer system, because if it's uploading that fast, you know, that's a lot.
Yep.
And it's succinct every 2 minutes. Like, it's pretty on the clock.
They could have preloaded this too, right?
Maybe. I don't know if you can if you can schedule releases for anything tighter than half hours or even 15 minutes. I think so. To get down to the every other minute mark.
At what point does it have to be a manual upload, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. But what's interesting too is that some of these videos seem to be grouped together. For example, like in this screenshot, you see Brother 0, Brother 1, Brother 2, etc. Once again, all of these titles have the Sagittarius emoji in front of it. There's other ones that say Fond 0, Fond 1, etc. But a larger, perhaps main series had the word Brill in the title, followed by a number. Now on February 18th of 2016, so almost a year later, Reddit user 20 Pizzas shared the channel on the subreddit called Deep Into YouTube, which is what sparked the widespread attention. At first, many believed this to be something very similar to another channel that was created back in 2014, which was called WebDriver Torso. Now, I know we have a bit of a nested mystery here, so let me, for your convenience, blast through what WebDriver Torso is and perhaps how that relates to this channel here. So WebDriver Torso had a very similar rate of upload. Their videos had pixels and beeps underneath a white background, which often had red and blue rectangles of varying sizes. There was also a different tone in every single video of different iterations or different variations. And the titles were also randomly generated, it seems, or at least seemed like there might be some sort of code there. For example, one of the titles was TMP8KHLJZ with varying capitalization along the way.
Right.
Now, when people found this YouTube channel, they thought that maybe this was a secret message or some sort of ARG, very similar. In 1888, a brutal killer stalked the streets of London, England. Despite the infamy of the crimes, he was never captured and his identity remains unknown. Today, we discuss who is perhaps the most notorious murderer of all time, Jack the Ripper. This is Red Web. Welcome back to Red Web. I'm Trevor Collins. With me, as always, is Alfredo Diaz. Fredo, we're covering quintessential, the classic, Jack the Ripper. How much do you know about this topic?
God. I mean, I just know that he was a very efficient killer. Unfortunate for the victims, and that he did a lot of it. And his story is so famous that it has bled into so many different types of forms of media, TV shows, movies, games, the whole 9 yards, everything you could possibly think of. Like, there has been some mention or something of Jack the Ripper. He's very famous, very well known, but I'm assuming, like myself, most people won't know the intricate details of the story.
100%. I feel like everyone has heard of Jack the Ripper in some way. I mean, this guy was milked as much as any murderer could be milked for cash. But yeah, I mean, very infamous. What's going on?
Why do you say milk?
I mean,
even before, and then you took so long to get to cash. So I'm just sitting here with the picture of people milking Jack the Ripper, and then you added the soundbite.
Yeah. Listen, when you milk something for money, you don't harvest, you don't pluck.
Yeah, you don't pluck for money.
I don't pick the way we speak, my friend. I just use the words in a questionable way, you know?
Why would you put it like that? Just a little bit of the Jack the Ripper moo juice.
Yeah, well, sometimes you need a little bit of moo juice straight from the killer. As always, when we talk about these true crime episodes, I just want to say here at the top of the episode, for those of you who might be sensitive to the nature of gruesome crimes, this is one such episode. So, I just want to give you fair heads up. We're not going to go into the needless detail of some of the gruesome nature unless it helps with the situation, unless it helps us develop an MO, unless it helps us figure out who they are. But yeah, I just wanted to give that little notice here at the top. Another thing in particular about Jack the Ripper that I wanted to mention, this happened, like I mentioned, in the late 1800s.
Yep.
So a lot of the information surrounding this case can be a bit conflicting. So what we did here was we did our best to organize all the information at our disposal to make sure that this is as clear to follow as possible. As always, we're going to have some mistakes potentially. We don't know what we don't know. And for this podcast, we go as deep as we can when going into a different case every week. I wish we had the time to really, really dive in and know every single thing.
But we dip our toes in. You know what I mean?
We're toe dippers.
And this is, I think Red Web has become a fantastic place for people to just like figure out the different mysteries.
Yeah.
And things that they can get into and venture out to dive into it in greater detail.
Right.
I would assume that this is very, very difficult to really pin down and know the information of because it was so long ago, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, stuff like the internet mysteries and everything like that stuff could be tracked a lot more easily.
Right.
It's hard to scrub things out of the internet. But back then, you burn a piece of paper. That's the only piece of paper it was written on.
It's gone. You know, the milk can spoil.
Yeah, and people's stories just vanish over time, and you brought it back. You did. And you know what? I glossed over it, and then you started.
Hey, we're here to pasteurize the narrative, okay? We're going to connect as many dots as possible. I have to pride myself a little bit, and Christian and Jillian, on really reaching into some of the details that you don't typically see so we try to be as deep as we can be given the time constraints we have on a weekly basis. But yeah, this is a starting point, a leaping off platform for those mystery enthusiasts like ourselves out there who just want to get a quick download on what's going on.
All right, so give me that sweet download. What's the deets? Because this is probably the most famous killer.
Oh yeah, I would say so, for sure.
Yeah.
Famous or infamous,
Yeah.
Oh, and I almost forgot, looking at the calendar, Fredo, happy 1 year anniversary of the show.
Wait, what? You lying to me?
No, tomorrow is the 365 day after Lake City Quiet Pills came out. You know what I mean? That was the first episode.
That was a year ago?
That was a whole year ago.
Okay,
we're growing up.
This might not be a question I should be asking. How many episodes in are we? Are we like 40-something episodes in or something
We're
like
40-something episodes in. Christian, you can hear us with your ears. We're 40-something in, right?
48 episodes.
Oh! Hit the 1 year and we're almost at 50!
Nick, pop the confetti and the celebratory sounds royalty-free celebration, everyone.
I can't, but wow, people have really been listening to this show.
All right.
No, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, we're just sitting here scratching the surface of all these mysteries, and I don't mess with none of these things. I want to stand as far away as possible, and people find that entertaining. So it's just the coolest feeling in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I like to bring you to the event horizon of the mystery and get you as dangerously close as you'll allow me to get you, which is pretty much just telling you the story, showing you some pictures. And you guys have been really resonating with it, and I really do appreciate that. We've got a really exciting one today here, Jack the Ripper, obviously. We're recording this little celebration after the fact, so I got a little bit of foresight going on here, but it's a wonderful episode, a little longer than usual, a lot of details to dive into. And so with that, take it away past me and past Alfredo.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, sit down, grab yourself your Red Web mug, fill it up to the tippy top of the glass with some moo juice, and let's slide on in to the timeline of the crime here. And as always, we're going to break this down into kind of the ongoings of the crime as best as we have it here, and then the unfoldings of the investigation throughout that time period, and finalize with the theories, or in this case, the suspects that best fit the narrative, the characterization of this mysterious Jack the Ripper. So the crimes took place in the Whitechapel district of London, England, which was an area pretty well known for its extreme poverty and prevalent crime. And due to that poverty, many residents actually turned to sex work in order to make a living. And while crime and murder in this area appeared very common, or relatively common compared to a normal everyday town, the extremely disturbing ways with which the Ripper killed his victims and then wrote letters afterward taunting the authorities were not common. And that is why Jack the Ripper became so notorious out of an otherwise poverty-stricken and crime-struck town or district.
Another one of those type of killers.
Right. This is a quintessential classification of a serial killer right now. We've covered a lot of people, Zodiac, Jack the Ripper now. A lot of people just be writing letters saying, hey, I did this, I'm flaunting it, good luck getting me.
Yeah, try and catch me if you can.
Right. And one of the interesting things, like I've listened to a lot of media and content of many forms regarding Jack the Ripper, but we're going to dive into those letters, which is something I'd never really heard about, or rather heard from. I've never heard them written out or read them myself or whatever, but we're going to cover those. And I think they help really build the characterization of this person and really develop a psychological profile for Jack the Ripper. But when it comes to the murders themselves, there are 5 murders that were considered confirmed to be Jack the Ripper, and these 5 murders were nicknamed the Canonical 5. In addition to these 5, there are 6 other murders that we're going to lightly touch on later that also fall within this rough time period that could be connected to Jack the Ripper, but aren't confirmed, or at least as far as the investigation is concerned, are not confirmed to be a part of whoever this Jack the Ripper guy and his activities. But all of these combined are referred to as the Whitechapel murders. That might be something you've heard of before. And what's of note here with these Canonical 5, before we dive into this timeline, is that all of 5 of these Canonical 5 victims were actually sex workers. And so we're already figuring out a profile for this person a little bit.
Yeah, he has a particular taste of what type of victim he's going for here. And I would think that the reason why he's going after sex workers is because they're more open to interacting with a stranger.
Right.
So, I mean, just through that, right? It's just like they're more open to interacting with a stranger and interacting with a stranger in any place, as opposed to, you know, having
any place, anytime,
a pub or a bar to pick someone up, and
right.
It's like there's a whole process.
Very astute observation. I think you're going to be proven correct as we start outlining some of these circumstances. There's a lot of similar pieces of evidence, as it were. But let's go back to August 31st of 1888. This is the first victim, named Mary Ann Nichols. She was found on a dark street on Bucks Row around 3:40 a.m. Police found Nichols' throat had been cut twice, and there were also many incisions across Nichols' body, and her abdomen was cut open. The doctor who gave the autopsy on this body claimed that the murder and following mutilations would only have taken about 5 minutes to do, and given the nature of the circumstances, it appears that she had been killed only about 30 minutes prior to having been found. So when she was found, whoever this Jack the Ripper guy is must have been in the immediate area. But however, despite the fact that she died so quickly prior to being found, no one in the area seemed to be able to provide the police with any leads. So coming out of that, we have no leads. The police are looking now. But at this point in time, this is a crime-ridden area, and so it doesn't really stand out as such. But now, a few days later, on September 8th, we have Annie Chapman, who was found at 6 a.m. in the doorway of an apartment on Hanbury Street by one of the residents who lived there. Unlike Nichols, though, we do not know how long Chapman was dead. But just like Nichols, we see that this body had 2 deep cuts across the neck, very similar to Nichols, like I said, which led investigators to believe that these murders might be connected. And so they're starting to connect the dots right away and say, all right, maybe this is the same person here. But in addition to that, her body had been disemboweled, and it was found that part of Chapman's uterus was actually removed.
Oh, God.
So it seems like there's a lot of violence towards females at this juncture that we can identify. And I think that trend will only continue from here.
Oh, man. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get there, but I'm very interested to see how long until the third kill. If Jack the Ripper is just kind of going, all right, let me rapid fire these out before they start catching on.
Right. Yeah, we'll get there. It's not too long after this, but a few things of important note happened prior to the third kill. So we are here now at September 8th. This is when the second kill goes down. Now on September 10th of 1888, the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee formed on this date because of their dissatisfaction with the police force. They were hoping that they could help the police solve the crimes by getting out there on their own. They started offering a reward because the police were not offering one. And they're like, listen, we got to get to the bottom of this. This is clearly a pattern is emerging here, and these are quite gruesome. So they were offering 50 pounds sterling, which would be today, in today's money, roughly 6,600 pounds, or in United States dollars, somewhere close to $9,300. So a not insubstantial reward for a freshly formed committee. So as I mentioned, the police would not offer a reward on this information, and I almost want to say that there was some sort of animosity towards this committee forming, and this dissatisfaction, this lack of trust in the police force, and the need for the committee to form, I feel like is one of those key forks in the road that go to only muddy the waters. I feel like every time there is a situation or an unknown case like this that we look at, there's always one key happenstance that when it happens, I feel it doesn't help the case at all. And in this case, if the police aren't also offering a reward, if they're not following through with this case in a proper manner to the point where people feel like they have to create a committee, and then this animosity forms, there might also be this, we have this information, but we're going to hold it close to our chest because we want to solve. And that lack of communication, I feel like,
we want to prove
doesn't
that we're
help.
better. And so
Exactly.
you have 2 camps with possible important information that could, instead of working together to solve this case faster, there's just egos involved.
Right. And I feel like that obviously doesn't go to help the case, but it might actually just hurt an otherwise already difficult case to solve.
I can't imagine it, I
Yeah.
don't know. I can't imagine it helping the case. You know what I mean? Unless we take some weird turn that, like, Jack the Ripper had someone on the inside, then it's just like, oh, okay, then maybe keep it in each camp. But I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I also want to say I'm kind of extrapolating from my understanding here. They very well could have worked together in a deeper way that I'm not privy to, but yeah, I just it stood out to me because there's always some needless distraction from the crime at hand, and I feel like this might be one of those here.
Instead of everyone joining hands and working together as humans being humans.
But we have the first letter coming through here now, or just not too long after this time period. The first letter sent by the Ripper was called Dear Boss because of the way it starts, and it was sent to the Central News Agency of London on September 27th, almost 3 weeks now after that second murder took place. At this point in time, there were hundreds of letters sent, and they all claimed to be from Jack the Ripper.
Damn, already? Even back then, people were just like, I'm Jack the Ripper.
Right. I mean, okay, I don't think there was a name for Jack the Ripper. We know now what the name is, but a lot of people were coming out writing letters saying, yeah, just like they did throughout the following decades and all the way up to today. It was me, I did it.
It's just weird.
It's very strange indeed, but
never understand that behavior.
Yeah. Now, of these many hundreds of letters, it seems like 3 of them stand out to people that study Jack the Ripper are called Ripperologists, it seems. Okay. Now, to these experts in this topic, 3 stand out as being authentic because of a couple different reasons. The way they write, the information that they have, and a lot of other extenuating factors, I think, that we'll continue to go into. The first of those authentic letters is Dear Boss, and that's the one I'm going to read here now. I'm going to read it as it's written. It's a bit of a struggle because there's some questionable grammar throughout and some misspellings, but like I said, I'll try to keep it as to the written word as it is. So it says, Dear Boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about Leather Apron gave me real fits. I am down on whores and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled. Now I have to imagine, like, I'm pausing for a second, that this is maybe some slightly archaic vernacular happening here, and I'm sure some sort of English or otherwise nearby accent being affected. So it sounds strange to me. It's like I said, it's going to be difficult to read, but I digress. Back to the letter. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and I want to start again. You will soon hear me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. Ha ha. The next job I do, I shall clip the ladies' ears off and send them to the police officers just for jolly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp, I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Good luck, yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. P.S. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it. No luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Ha ha. And that ends the letter from Jack the Ripper, and it sounds like he even gave himself a name and kind of says, hey, I hope you don't mind me naming myself.
Yep.
And this is henceforth why this person is known as Jack the Ripper.
Interesting. And so we believe this to be Jack, like Jack the Ripper?
It is believed that this is an authentic letter from Jack the Ripper, and there are some clues in here, right? He's saying what he wants to do next that we want to keep an ear out for when we kind of outline the following victims. But some of the details they give are specific to what happened and what might come to happen. It's also interesting that this person, with their lack of proper spelling and some grammar mistakes here and there, some of the proper red stuff in a beer bottle, meaning as they were bleeding out, they went off and captured some of the blood with the intent of writing a letter in the blood, but by the time they wrote it, the blood had kind of coagulated. So this, I don't know if this is common knowledge in the late 1800s, but it could show the level of understanding that this person has. And I think that that's important to remember, because in this PS here, they're kind of laughing. They're saying, they, being like the police, are saying I'm a doctor now. That's one of the theories out there. And they're laughing. They think that that's funny. So this person is perhaps playing their hand as to their understanding of the world or their intelligence level, or maybe not. It's hard to say, really.
So we think of this, we think this because this person will send in more letters, I'm assuming, and
yes,
and maybe show some, I don't know, like intimate details of the situation.
Kind of. So right now, one of the things in here is he says, The next job I shall do, I'm going to cut the lady's ears off, and I'm going to send it to you guys, just for the sake of doing it, just for the fun.
Yeah.
So when they got this letter, they didn't necessarily just say, this is authentic right now, but some coming details and the next letter will retroactively substantiate some of these claims, the handwriting, yada yada. And so as more details come out, this letter will start looking more and more authentic.
Ooh.
Yeah. But after the Dear Boss letter was reported in newspapers, the name Jack the Ripper caught on in Whitechapel and around the world. A few days later, 3 days in fact, on September 30th, Elizabeth Stride's body was found around 1 a.m. on a dark part of Burner Street. Her body was still warm and she was still bleeding from the stab wound in her throat, which seemed to have been done hastily. Now, it is believed that Ripper was interrupted and Stride had only been dead for around 30 minutes. 45 minutes after Stride was found, the body of Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Meter Square. Yeah. So this is 45 minutes later, another body's found.
So 2 murders in one night?
In one night. And what's interesting too is that Meter Square was only a 12-minute walk from Burner Street where Stride's body was found. And so it is entirely possible, if not 100% possible, right, that this is the same person. 12 minutes to walk at a normal speed to the other location, and the other body was found 45 minutes later. The second body there of this night, Eddowes, or I should say maybe the fourth victim, was also disemboweled, and her left kidney and uterus were both removed. What's interesting here is that part of her ear was cut off, leading investigators to believe that now that Dear Boss letter that we read through was in fact authentic.
So wait, the third killing was how much longer after the second one?
After the second killing, it would have been 22 days. Okay. After the letter, it was 3 days.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess so wait, that third killing, was that all in the same night?
Yeah. So the third and fourth killing were on the same night. So we have September 30th, 1 a.m., body found on Burner Street.
Yeah.
12-minute walk away.
Right.
Also in time, 45 minutes later, we have another person found in Meter Square. So same night.
That was a person with the ears cut off?
And the second person of that night was the person, that had their part of their ear cut off. Now, what's interesting is because that first job, if you will, that first murder of the night seemed to be done hastily, a lot of people say, okay, maybe they were interrupted. They weren't able to disembowel, cut the ear off, whatever the intent was. And so maybe that's why there was a second kill that night, because they wanted to make good on the letter that they had sent in. Like, crap, I didn't have time to get that ear, and I want to get that ear because that's what I said I was going to do. I want to prove myself. I want to flaunt this.
I didn't even think about that angle.
Mm-hmm.
Because also, the second murder it just seemed like it was a lot more intimate. There was the ears, there was the different parts of the body. But I think the crazy thing is to murder, get interrupted, then walk 12 minutes away and then take your time with another murder.
Right.
That is terrifying.
Terrifying. And remember the coroner, forget the name of the position, but the person who ran the autopsy from the first murder said, whoever did this could have done it within 5 minutes. 2 quick slashes on the throat and then the cut across the stomach. And so that's why some people thought, hey, maybe this is a doctor. Maybe this is someone who knew what they were doing, knew where these organs were. Or perhaps it was somebody who was just very messy, very quick, and they just wanted to make sure that the person couldn't scream and that they would die quickly, and then went for the more intimate, gruesome details after, right, with the disemboweling. But it's very strange. And what's of note here is that about a third of a mile from this second body of the night, aka the fourth victim of the Canonical Five, again, a third of a mile away, a piece of Eddowes' bloodstained apron was found in a passageway. So this kind of indicated that this person was taking back ways and maybe knew the city pretty well, indicated where they headed afterwards, but of course it didn't lead to necessarily any more information beyond that.
Yeah.
Another piece of note that I wasn't aware of was that on the wall, there was some graffiti with an anti-Semitic message that was found. Now, this message was unconfirmed if it was written by Jack the Ripper, But police erased the message regardless because it would likely cause unrest and they didn't want this to be attributed to the same thing.
Yeah.
Whatever. They took it down, they noted it, but I wanted to make sure we mentioned it here because I hadn't known about that, and I don't know if that is attributed to this same person or if it's...
Yeah, it just could have been up there already.
Right.
I doubt someone saw, the body that wrote that message or something
right.
like that. Like that probably was there beforehand.
Yeah. But now, just a few days later on October 1st, we have a second letter titled Saucy Jack. Now, it's not necessarily like this person is titling their letters. This is just what they're referred to by the Central News Agency who is getting these. And this is the day after, I should clarify, this is the day after the double murder. The letter had similar handwriting to the Dear Boss letter, which is why a lot of people think, okay, maybe this is in fact again another authentic letter. It read as follows. You'll hear about Saucy Jackie's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number 1 squealed a bit, couldn't finish straight off. Had not time to get ears off for police. Thanks for keeping last letter back till I got to work again. Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, I mean, I'd put money that is the killer.
Yeah. And what's interesting here too, and the reason why not only the handwriting, not only the same lack of punctuation and misspellings, not the fact that it was signed the same person, but in addition to all that, the detailing of saying the double event murder, the detailing of saying I didn't have time for the first person, and the fact that they said they squealed, this is something they'll reference again. I think they cut the throat so that the person can't say anything or can't scream or call for help. The fact that they had these pieces of information and said, hey, I didn't have time to get the ears, but the second person I did. All of this information had yet to be published in newspapers. But I want to say that this information, this kind of, the fact that this is in fact Jack the Ripper has been disputed, and I want to discuss why. Because all of that sounds great. That sounds like, yes, that is definitely the person, but it's worth mentioning some of these things. The letter, this second letter, was postmarked 24 hours after the murders, and that does leave some room for witnesses to spread the information. Additionally, investigators have also theorized that journalists who would have known about the information earlier, because then they would publish about it, they could have been the ones who wrote the letter so that they could encourage some more newspaper sales. So there's room in there for people to go, well, maybe this was still a copycat. There's room.
I could see that. It's still, I mean, that's a tight window.
It is a very tight window. And I would be inclined, just based on the nature of everything going on here, that I would personally believe, especially kind of knowing other cases like this, that this person is flaunting and writing about it, looking for attention for whatever reason.
Yep.
But like I said, totally possible that somebody else is really playing with something dangerous. If they're just trying to, hey, let's fake some more letters and then we'll get some paper sales. That's pretty dirty.
It's not far-fetched for the media to just try and push the envelope in that direction for sales.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we're going to flash forward 2 weeks to October 15th. The most famous letter came through here, entitled From Hell. It was sent with a half of a human kidney to the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, or in fact the chairman of that committee, George Lusk. Now, this one is even more messed up than the previous ones. Much harder to read, so bear with me. But this one reads, quote, From Hell, Mr. Lusk, SOR, S-O-R. I send you half the kidney I took from one woman, preserved it for you, tother piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out if you only wait a while longer. Signed, Catch Me When You Can, Mr. Lusk. So as I mentioned, I wanted to read it phonetically because there is some interesting spelling in here. Now, part of me thinks that whoever this is, or whoever wrote this particular letter, there's more mistakes happening. And so that kind of stands out. But it also seems like whoever's writing this is writing phonetically, as in they're sounding things out in their accent. And I don't know what accent that would be, but preserved was spelled with 2 A's, so it was prosarved. And then when it says the other piece was put together, T-O-T-H-E-R, tother piece. which almost sounds a bit Irish in a way. Tawderpiece. Waite was spelled W-A-T-E. There's a lot of misspellings, and they also didn't sign it as Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, weird. That's what I was gonna. I was like, what is his new name?
Yeah, signed Catch Me If You Can, Mr. Lusk. But also spells Mr. as Mishter, which again, I will have to look to you, the task force, especially those in the UK area, if this aligns with an accent that you're familiar with, especially if it was like an 1800s accent that you would be more familiar with. But yeah, it's very interesting.
Did he say that he ate?
Yeah. He fried it and ate it, and he said it was very nice.
Ooh. That's, I mean, off the deep end.
Oh, yeah. Now, when it comes to this letter, despite the fact, like I said, that there is noticeably more mistakes, it wasn't signed Jack the Ripper, it still had similar handwriting to the other first two letters that were considered authentic, but this letter is considered by Ripperologists to be the most likely letter to be authentic. And the reason for that is because the other two letters were sent to news agencies, while this one was sent to the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. It seems, that, again, it leaves room for those first two letters to be hoaxes of some kind by journalists to sell more newspapers, like I mentioned earlier. Again, I don't think it entirely discredits those letters.
No.
But that's what makes this case so difficult, is because there's just enough room to go, you can't be 100% certain.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if later during the episode you tell me that Jack the Ripper is really like trying to make sure that he takes credit and that it's him putting out the information that he wants to put out, as opposed to people. I don't know. I feel like this would be narrowed down, right? Because usually with killers, stuff like that, and I do believe at least some of this is actually Jack writing it.
Yeah.
Which he is, and he's like any other of these types of killers, he's gonna be wanting to take credit and be like, hey, this is the proof that I am like the real one.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that, where people almost get a little aggressive when they're saying, hey, this is me. I need you to attribute this to me.
Yeah.
I need you to put my pseudonym on a billboard. But I'll be honest, I'm going to jump the gun here. We don't have any other letters that we're going to discuss.
Damn.
Like I said, these are the three letters that are most considered authentic. There are hundreds of letters out there, so it's not that other letters didn't come through, but yeah, let's talk about that kidney. The kidney that was sent in with this letter was in fact determined to have come from someone who died within the past 3 weeks. So it is very viable, it's very possible that this came from Eddowes, especially considering when they looked at this kidney, they determined it was from somebody who consumed a lot of alcohol, which again does fit with Meadows' history. Perhaps it was indeed hers, especially since, she had part of her kidney removed.
It's always interesting, especially going further back with some of these murder mysteries, seeing like where technology and science is, kind of landed, and because it's like a timepiece, right? Where I don't think there's any DNA testing back then, or even further back then. I think it explained to me when fingerprints were a thing. I don't even know if that was I don't think that's a thing all the way back during these times.
No, yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit in the investigation, but at this point in time, there's no DNA evidence, and there's not even fingerprinting yet.
Yeah, it's also, especially because there was the previous letter that said, I might send you the knife. And,
right.
It's like, sweet. He sent them the knife.
Send it on in.
Could you imagine like one of the first people to get caught up for like fingerprints and stuff like that? They're just like, oh, that's a thing?
You're like, wait, what? Especially if you think back to one of the previous letters where he's like, I tried to write with blood, but instead I used red ink. Isn't that silly? Anyway, I couldn't get the ink off my hands before I sent this. So I'm imagining red fingerprints all up and down this letter.
Yeah.
Dang. But one little wrinkle that I want to throw in there, and again, there's so many little wrinkles in this case, which is what makes it such a difficult one, is the kidney that was received. While it does seem to fit Eddowes as a victim, some doctors believe it could have been from that of a cadaver just due to the state of the kidney. It seemed like it was from a cadaver meant for medical students, maybe because it was in pristine condition or what have you. I'm not a doctor, so I wouldn't know the delineation there, but it does open the case up to say, okay, was this from the victim or was this just I don't know. I don't know where this would have come from.
Oh.
Or is this a medical student who is the one, and maybe that's where that idea that this person knows about the innards of a person, they know the body very well because they're studying, right? Because that was part of the theory.
Right.
I don't know. It's very easy to get all topsy-turvy on this one. But ultimately, the police believe that the letter was a cruel joke for various reasons. And if that's the case, the fact that this is a cadaver kidney was just to continue to play into that very, like I said, cruel joke to try to substantiate the idea that this letter was real. So with all that aside, the third letter, police think it's a hoax, it's a bad joke. We have ripperologists who believe, yes, I think that this might be one of the possible authentic letters, if not the only possible. So that, again, that's where you have some of the conflicting opinions here. But flashing forward a few days still, we're in November now, November 9th of 1888. Struggling with the community's criticism over how this case was handled and the weight of this case, the commissioner of the police resigned. So that same day, November 9th, Mary Jane Kelly was found dead in her bed at 10:45 a.m., also disemboweled. Another victim believed to be a victim of Jack the Ripper. This would be the fifth of those canonical five, and it is believed that the Ripper spent more time with her body due to the privacy of the room. She was in a room, she wasn't out in the streets, she wasn't hidden in the night where other people are still walking around, so because they were tucked away, private room, he had more time to affect his brutal style of murdering. I'm not going to go into the major details here, and I will say this is the reason why we have a disclaimer. There are photos of this situation, so if you do decide to look further into Jack the Ripper, you might find yourself looking at photographs of this situation here, of Mary Jane Kelly, and heavy viewer discretion is advised. If you're going to do that, just be mindful. But yeah, suffice it to say, her organs were removed, and she was mutilated beyond recognition.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty harsh.
This was in a room? Was this also a lady of the night?
Yes, it is believed.
Okay.
It is believed that she was, and she was in her bed. So yes, this is in her house, in her room, whereas the other victims were out on the streets, walking about in the night, and then were either hidden or attacked in darker areas of the street.
That just tells me that maybe he, there's no indication that he's scared of what he, of getting caught, but